Hello. It is time. Alright, I got a little bit done yesterday. After I stopped. Not too much, but a little bit. I am now on... I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna keep going with this for the moment. I mean, okay. Let me look for like a second, I guess. Here. So still got lots of things. Open items. Maybe I should go ahead and try to estimate some of these things. I think I can estimate them before there. Yeah. Fog, dynamic fog effects. Okay, so on behavior system. I'll say weeks. I feel like I could be a little optimistic and say days. I'm gonna say weeks on that one. Dynamic fog effect. Okay, health pickups. Hours. Dynamic fog effects. Let me see exactly what I've written. Fog can roll in and out. I mean, pretty much just fog. So you know, I'm gonna adjust this hours thing. 48 might be a little too close, considering days is like 12 days. Let's say less than 72 hours. 3 days, essentially. Multiplayer. Gotta say days at least for that. Interior of buildings. Weeks. Roads. So roads is basically just gonna be placing the surfaces. Hours probably. Sleeping. So sleeping has area around cabin must be clear. Essentially just an interaction. And some extra checks. Hours. Points of interest. A little bit over hours. It's a little bit more than hours. Character controller. So this is something where I think I really need something more custom. Essentially, I want callbacks to my own script code if a large impact happens. Essentially, the body should act like a kinematic body up until the point that it receives an impact from something, and its response to that should be... Well, it's a bit different, right? Because I would need to be applying velocities. That I'm not sure. Days. I don't think weeks. I don't think weeks. I might even leave that out entirely. Sky shader tweak. I want stars and a cloud texture. One thing about the cloud texture is I can definitely do something like a blend between dynamic and static, where and the sun even moves slow enough too, where essentially I could just compute a nice volumetric cloud, and from there essentially just compute sun-light interactions, which I would only really need to update like every second or less. Fully excluding the sky from auto exposure. I think hours. I shouldn't spend more than a few days on that. So this is with the assumption that I already have the behavior system set up. I'll say days. seeing my progress on that, like how quickly I got the weapons done once the system was there, I think the zombie types should actually be hours. At least to set up. Tweaking and things like that, that'll take longer. But that's just zombie types. Score stuff, hours. Spawn system. The events might be a bit more, but hours. And then I think I'll do a calculation where I'll just count these up and do a min and max estimation on time. Because yeah, that'll give me a good idea of like how much time I really should have left. Vehicle input. I've pretty much got, well, definitely days or hours. Special weather event. Okay. Hours, but I should be careful what I do. An intro cutscene. Hours. Open an ammo pickups, hours. Leaving the map, hours. The hunter is going to be probably a little complicated to figure out. But not too difficult, I think. If the behavior system is good enough, I might even be able to use the behavior system for that. I feel like I should be able to. Finish the terrain. Hours. Bar terrain rendering. So the biggest issue with this is I don't even know how I would start with this. So, but is that going to be more than 3 days? Hours. Gun models. I will be creating the guns. I have revolver, pistol, auto rifle, bolt rifle, shotgun. The shovel technically counts, but it's a really simple shape, I think. So 5 weapons. This includes their animations. I think all of the guns took me... If I think about the model, I think each of the models, when I just made like the basic block, probably took me like an hour or an hour and a half. Maybe that's like a huge overestimate. Hey, Denlin. Hating Brave browser as having severe memory leaks. Classic. Here's the thing with the gun models. I want to like properly go through a model process. I want to have an idea in my head. I want to collect references, sketch it out, model it, texture it. Yeah, I'm gonna say days on that, because if I allot myself a minimum of 1 day per model, then that's over 3 days already. So I move to Zen browser. Why not Firefox? Real question. Why not just Firefox? So other assets, I don't even know. Definitely, I feel like hours is really way too optimistic. So days. Water interaction. Part of this isn't just me. It's not just me going, I want this, and go find and download them, and then use them. I'm quite literally going to be finding good enough base models. I don't even know how many models I want yet, or what they are, so I need to make a whole list of that. Firefox is gay. Okay. Fair enough. And then for literally every model, I will probably be remodeling it. I believe I said I'm doubtful I'm going to use the original textures. Because I like... Here's one thing that I like about games. Old games. They have a limited texture pool. So what they do is they basically use color maps to reuse the texture. So they might have one texture that serves 3 or 4 totally different purposes. I really like that. I think that alone kind of can make a game visually fit together because you're literally using the same textures. So maybe some models I'll use the original textures, but I think I'm going to retexture them. Mostly just to simplify it, because I know that texture maps can get really complicated, and something like the zombie... Okay, biological models, characters, yeah. Their own totally unique texture, normal, everything. But other objects, essentially I just want to say, here's the metal material, and that's gonna serve, or here's like one of 2 metals that I have, and that's gonna be metal on everything. Any object with metal, it's gonna have that metal, one of those 2 metals. Any object with wood, it's gonna have one of those 2 woods. It's not gonna be like every single model has its own original texture, original normal. None of that. I'm gonna stream, alright. Have fun. So, yeah. That's why I say days, because pretty much every model that I get, I'm gonna retouch. Water interaction. So I just have myself with questions I don't even know the answers to yet. Seems obvious, please for me to decide what happens. I mean, it is pretty obvious what happens. This kind of fits in with something like what happens when you shoot a tree, what happens when you shoot a brick wall, when you shoot a rock. But I guess water interaction is more these kinds of questions. Can you swim? Do you drown? Maybe it's going to be like a game, maybe it's going to be like Halo where you walk too far in the water and you just fall over and die. Maybe it'll be like Skyrim where pretty much all water is safe and you can swim into it and come out of it. And you kind of have infinite breath, sort of. You can hold your breath a long time. But I think I gotta say hours. Because I feel like some of this easier stuff I'm gonna blow through. The shooting, splashing, stuff like that. A shader. I think I've seen that Terrain 3D is doing a water right now. It's not in the full release, but they're doing water. So I might be able to use that. Custom particle node. Hours for sure. Head turning. So I don't know exactly what I have to do for that, but I'm gonna say hours. I feel like that's a pretty... The hardest part is just like figuring out how to do it, and I don't think that will take me very long. It must be something that's supported well. A pistol suppressor. Damage, manual weapon cycling. Very similar to I think the stun pistol, the sleep, whatever it is, from Metal Gear 5, where you do have to manually cycle the weapon every time you fire. I really like that. I think it's really cool. Hours. Keybinds, that should be hours. That does include making a whole menu for it and making some generic system. Maybe not even a generic system, but I can figure that out. I think it would be faster to just throw all the options up in a list and manually and individually handle all of them. That's probably the way that I should go. That does leave room for mistakes, though. Like, if I were to have 4 volume sliders in one of the... Well, I mean, okay. In that case, I would definitely just have a utility function that accepts a slider and the name of the bus, the audio bus that should manipulate. I mean, yeah. A grenade launcher. It reduces recoil permanently and can now fire grenades. It would definitely be a projectile, not like a raycast. Definitely just be a slow-moving projectile that just explodes on impact. Hours. A special weapon. I don't really have any good concepts for this. I could even make it really simple, where in Halo there's not even a model for it. It's a plasma pistol, but it shoots like tank ammo or whatever. I definitely wouldn't say days, but that I mean, this is an entire weapon, right? I could skip the model. Skipping the model definitely means hours, because I would essentially pick one of the other weapons. Or even just use one of the other weapons and like change the texture. I'll say hours. A game menu. I think that should be really simple. Hours. Okay, I've only put 2 things on weeks, which I would say are the most, you know, definitely like that. Okay, so let's do a calculation. Estimate weeks. So I say less than 1 month when I say weeks. Is this still open? Awesome. My S key just detached from the keyboard. What the hell? Weird. Okay. Wait, that's actually like really loose on the keyboard. Why is that so loose? Did it break? How did I even pull that off? I can't even pull it off anymore. Okay, weird. What was I doing? How do I attach? Keymux, attach. Are we serious? Oh, I think it's attached T zombie game. Awesome. Okay. So I have 2 items at a week. So less than 1 month. This means days. I'm gonna do the max calculation first. So I say less than 1 month, let's just say 30 days. Okay, so then I have days. This is less than 12 days. So I'm doing the max, so I'll say 12. I'm currently on a days, which I'm actually going over into weeks territory. 6 items. I'm gonna not consider tree right now because I'm really close to that. I'm basically through my time on that. So I'm only gonna count 5. Less than 12 days, say 11. And then I have hours. So then this is 24, so that's basically 24 days. Sorry, if hours can go up to 3 days, then I'll say 24 times 3. Ooh, that's really bad. That's really bad. I mean, yeah, that's 187 days. But a lot of these I think really are like definitely, I could even probably do 2 hours in a day. I could do 2 of those tasks in a day. So now I'll do a minimum. So I have 2 things that are estimated at less than a month. So I'll go to 14. I have 5 things estimated at days. So I'll say 4. And I had 24 things estimated at hours. So let's say 0.5. 60. So the minimum is still pretty dang high. 2 months. I mean, that's not too bad. That would put me in at the end of February, in March. Or it'll put me, that's 6 months, right? Or 6 months from now. So anywhere between 2 and 6 months. Two months is pretty good. But that's assuming the weeks thing means 2 weeks tops on both of those. The interior of buildings and the behavior. So worst case, I give myself 6 months. Highly optimistically, 2 months. To be honest, I don't like either. Both of those estimations are really high to me. That's just a long time. Alright. So let me see. I think something I thought of was seriously considering drawing the terrain for a little bit and just seeing how that feels. If I were to just start painting trees, right? The thing about it is that the density is going to be, that's the biggest issue. The density of it is going to be really inconsistent and it's going to be really hard to figure out. There's even the problem that I can't see some of these things. Like even my bushes I can't see very well. Like I might have small things that's, yeah, I just think manually painting that is gonna be total hell. Like painting just what I can see manually, just what's in frame right now. Yeah, I think quite literally would take me a full day. I haven't even started and I feel like this would literally just take me a full day to do. To do it well. to make sure the density is consistent. I don't have any overlapping meshes. And I literally just have a log and a spherical bush. So I don't even have the models yet. I don't have any LODs. And what if I think the density needs to be a little bit higher? I would have to go over the whole terrain again, everything in here, and like click to add a couple more trees here and there. When what I could do is if I had regions set up, I would just click the region, modify the setting for the density, and then click clear and click populate. And it would place it at that density, no overlap, to my specifications. Yeah, okay. I think I'm sold on it. I remember telling myself, or asking myself the question, would it be faster to finish it no matter what, essentially, and use the regions? Or is it going to be a better use of my time to just start manually painting it just so that it's done? And I think I would definitely be able to work way faster if this tool was done. Maybe as a joke, at least 10 times faster. Or more like 100 times. I think it would literally make me 100 times faster. Because a big part of this game is going to be you're standing here and you're looking that way. What do you see? Right? If I don't think the density is right from this perspective, then I'm like, oh, damn, what do I got to do? You know, do I have to do a very stupid way where I place like 100 lookout points, observation points around the map, teleport to each one of them, and make sure that the terrain, the nearby area looks perfect? So just from this perspective, like, okay, well, I want a tree over there because it seems a little empty, you know, some bushes, right? I mean, maybe that would be a good way to work with it too. I could still do that for regions. For like manual touch-ups where I just think, I just definitely need a tree here, right? But that's the base of it, right? The bulk of it, I don't need to have a direct hand in. I just need a density, no overlap, click a button and go. Okay. Yeah, I'm sold. I am sold on making the tool. At this point, no matter what, the tool will be done. Okay. Right. I don't know if I showed it, but populate region works. I don't have any settings yet, but it works. I can literally click the button and it goes. I'll need to be able to click a clear button, so anything that's okay, so I say populate works. It kind of works. It doesn't have overlap in the sense that it's placing one at every vertex, and I have just crafted the trees such that they can't overlap. But the idea is there. The randomness is not there. I can't, as you can see, there's really no settings. I just click populate and it will only place trees at this set density. It doesn't yet do any checks for neighbors. It doesn't do any like little offsets, which I think maybe I wouldn't even need. I feel like with the density that I really want, let me kind of tweak the density a little bit. I could go ahead and give myself a setting for it, but let's do 5. definitely need a way to go in there and delete triangles because I kind of want to get rid of that triangle. Okay. I mean, and there's like a spacing thing too, right? Like this area looks pretty okay, but there's definitely like a minimum space that's not being respected with just pure randomness. Like I would think each tree needs to be at least 2 steps away from any other tree. There's also no randomness to like their you know, alignment, their rotations, scales, colors, which I'm gonna have all of that. I'm gonna have very small color variation. Essentially, just some trees will be slightly darker and some will be slightly brighter. Maybe slightly more green, slightly red, like very little deviation. Yeah, probably just like that a darker and brighter. Yeah, like in this case, I would see. Here's the other thing with forests, right? Light is getting used. Light will get used up. So if there are large gaps in the canopy, you can be sure a tree is going to start growing there. So not even just, you know, a minimum distance between trees, but more like I said, a density. And if there's an area where that density isn't being met, very high chance. Very high chance. Like the probability is dynamic almost. If it's really close to another tree, there's like very low chance you're going to find another tree, and then once you get further away, then there's a really high chance that you're going to find another tree, right? So I wonder if I could do something kind of like that. Am I dropping frames right now? What's going on? I'm dropping frames. Okay, weird. What's happening? When I have my mouse on OBS, it's 2 milliseconds. When I have my mouse here... Really? Wow. What's the issue here? That's like kind of tanking my stream. Looking down at that angle I was just at. Odd. That's really weird. It was like tanking it really bad. Like you can see I have 8 milliseconds here, but then the stream was taking like 20 milliseconds to run. So I really don't know where that was coming from. Now it's fine. I don't know what's going on. I guess whatever was happening is done. Weird. Really weird. Oh, whatever. Okay. But yeah, I could go in and like literally manually place individual trees, or I could, you know, write a script to do it. Click 100 times or click 10 times? That's the question. I mean, click 100,000 times or click 100 times. That's probably like the scale I'm looking at here. To set literally all the settings to build all the triangles. Hundreds of clicks compared to the trees, which will be a minimum of hundreds of thousands of clicks. Or nearly 100,000 clicks. Alright, clear region. Here's where I kind of got stuck last night trying to figure this out. I struggled to find a way to do this, or like find a good way to do this. Adding transforms was really easy because Terrain 3D just offloads or just does a lot of math for me with that. I just literally give it the transforms and it's like, alright, cool, it's in. Removing is a bit more complicated because I essentially have to do this. I have to build like a region queue for the regions that we could be inside of. So yeah, let me, I guess, global local offset. Alright, I'm just gonna copy this and here's the thing. I wondered if I want instance indexes. And then I can use that to get instance data. And then I can use set instance data. Because I've pretty much written all of it. I don't know if I tested it. Exactly. But it seems to work. I mean, the code looks good. Because I could use this to find all this. I get the instance transforms. The only thing is the transforms, I think, are local into that region. So I would additionally have to provide region location. Oh yeah. Right, I have to provide this. I have to provide the area that we're relative to, which essentially means I take this XZ and I would add it to these transforms. I think is literally how it does these. And then I can check all the transforms. Well, not really. It's... Yeah, this one's not so useful because it's not actually the region thing. I'd basically be given an area much larger than that. So definitely what I could do is I could offset the transforms in this case, so they come in as global. Which I think would probably be best, because the triangles are in... The triangles are in global points. Well, the triangles are actually in vertex space, really. The transforms are global. Yeah, this layout just doesn't really work, I think. Yeah, the instance indexes I think doesn't make sense. Just thing is that the data is in a weird way. It is in a weird way. And I'm probably making it harder for myself by forcing myself to do it in this like API way, in this API way. Where I give an area and I get an iterator essentially. Then I go over that iterator and then I use that iterator to get the data. And then I modify it. There's also this issue with batching. I don't get to batch it like this. I have to update the entire region for every cell. Alright, I'll do this. I can get instance indexes, and the indexes will be and actually, yeah, I think what I do for the set is I really give it indexes, all the indexes, and then an array of the values for each of those indexes. That's probably the way I should do it. So I give it an area 2, or an area, and it can produce for me the regions in that area. And I think the limit is like 1,000 regions. I tried looking at this loop and I really couldn't understand it. This just looks so strange to me. Take brush size over brush size divided by region size divided by vertex spacing. I guess what I do is I have an area Does rect have an ABS equivalent with this with an modified to be non-negative? Cool. Huh. So yeah, I will provide that's the layout. Place this down in bulk. An array of indexes and equally sized array of data, which matches to each index. Set as much as possible to gain benefits of bulk updates. Did you get them? Okay, so I have the area. What I can do is I can round the start position, round it down. So whatever my start, because the start position should go, it's kind of backwards because positive z is not, or negative z is considered forward by Godot. So essentially, I can't physically put on my screen and you see it, but if my position is here, the size brings it this way. So my position is always going to be, I would be rounding it towards negative infinity to snap it to the region. And then I take my size and I round that up to snap it to that region. Okay? So snap area to let's do classic x1 will be floor rounds downward. Yeah. So take this, and I guess it's this math, right? So we'll round it down. So if my region starts at negative 50, or I guess actually, no, let me think about that. Oh, yeah, negative 50. Negative 50 would be the coordinate of -1, of region -1. So if I give -1 as an area, I'd want that to map to negative 50. So it'll be -1 over region size, which is 50, so 1/50th. 50 times vertex spacing, so it'll just be 1. And what if they're the same? So -50 and 50. It'd just be -1. Florid. Okay, that's correct. And actually, I guess... Nah. Okay. And this should be rounding up towards positive infinity. Cool. I think area.end. If I could spell end. Alright, I'm gonna make this a value. So I'm now using it 3 or 4 times here. Alright, so those are the region locations. And essentially all I'm doing now is not doing any of that. Not doing any of that. And yeah, this should just be less than x2. I'm not including that final region, so I'm rounding it up. Okay, and then I just want to do a check. It should be like has region. Is an active region. I did have some weird bugs happening too when I was messing with this. But they went away. It was weird. It was like there was one cell in particular that just had like... Maybe it was just that it was bugged. And then the bug went away. I was having a weird issue where clicking that populate was just not... It was placing the instances, but for some reason they weren't appearing. Now, I did initially start that with placing instances at like positive 10,000 on the y-axis. So, of course, I shouldn't have seen those because it would be literally way beyond my view plane. But then I cleared that, and then I ran it again with the correct height, and then I could see some of them. There was like a cutoff line. Or I guess the ones in that cell still didn't appear. So I said, all right, let me draw a triangle at 0. So then I ran it again, and they started showing up. There's still this weird line where just things weren't appearing. So then I erased it. I went to the other one, I erased that one. And then I ran it, and then they all showed up. Or I did a larger region, and there was like this square in the middle that was cut out. Which is definitely not the size of a region, so it wouldn't even be like a region issue. But it was like a cell area wasn't showing up. So then I manually erased everything again, and then I ran it, and then it... Well, okay, no. As I was erasing it, suddenly a whole bunch of instances appeared in the area as I was erasing. I don't know what that bug was. Anyway, I was just saying that because I wondered... This says active region. What does active region mean? I don't know. I mean, I don't need cell size here, actually, so... Okay, so get instance data. Index is a region location. And then I was saying I would like to only clear by cell. But I guess clearing by region is fine. If I have the custom positions, those should always be saved. I guess I keep getting hung up on the fact, like, what if I go into Terrain 3D and I draw something? If I make this tool the way I'm about to write it, I can't use Terrain 3D's draw at all. Yeah. Maybe what I do is I return instances can be like an array where it's just sets of these. Or sets of these. Doesn't really work though. I would genuinely like to return the original data. I actually really would. Essentially, I just need to format this in a way. I could return, like, what do I do? Fine, all right, here's what I'm gonna do. It's gonna look, why did that not work? Okay. It's just gonna look really similar. So we have instance ID, which in Terrain 3D leads to a cell. Which then leads to this. Transform array and color array. But I'm making mine a dictionary. I will actually do that. All right, let me just rework it as I go. So this is the region location. I'm probably not using cells per region. Very doubtful of that. We'll just have result here. Or I guess I can just call this data. Mesh ID and region instances. Just go through this, and then I say I probably need to write it like that because I need to keep reminding myself that integers are weird with dictionaries. I think the get is fine. Maybe that bug has been fixed. I don't know. I'm gonna keep using get. And then this is that. And then whoa. Or like this. Or Okay. Then I have this. And cell data. I'm going to modify the transforms so that they are global transforms, which means just offsetting them by the index, the region offset. So I guess I can compute it here. I'll even call it the same thing. That make it a... X, Y, region size, vertex spacing. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Region should have location, yeah. Pretty sure I'm not using cell size at all. Okay. Right. Let me do this. Well, it actually should not have this cell. Now that I think about it, this cell shouldn't exist. So, it should be like that. And then I can retrieve that. And then I will get a modification of it. Yeah, I guess I'll make that an array, and then I'll just make this null for now. Okay. So data, get our add, instance data. For each cell, we set the cell, set later. It's form, so I can do inst data. I guess this would be cell data. Then I do a counter actually. I guess I could do. I don't like this, using it like this. I normally like to just do the while loop. Fine. I wonder if Godot's fix this, where Python's for in range are like way slower than just doing a while or a manual thing. It's like a common thing with any slightly dynamic for loop. As soon as you write anything other than like 4x equals some initial value, a condition check, and then an increment, or just a statement to run at the end of each loop, anything other than that, as soon as you get into iterators where you have like objects and function calls, it's just always so much slower. It's like translated region global offset. I guess you can just do this, which is a copy. Let me actually look at transform 3D. Because I think there's one, I think it's called translated. A copy translated by the given offset. Yeah. And so that copies it in. And I would just say translate region local offsets to global. So I take our X forms. I don't really need to do that duplicate actually. Resize it to that size, and then I do translated, which returns a copy. Okay, that should be that. set instance data. So I'm setting it per region. If I set the region, that means I'm overriding the whole region, essentially. So anything that comes into here that I scrap or get rid of, I have to give it back. I guess I can just, you know, if it's a cell that I don't want, I can drop it on my side, and then it won't get set on their side. But it would be easy because I could just override it completely. I am making a copy. Okay. I was gonna say I could override it to avoid copying, but I've already made the copy. Let's just do this. So essentially I'm getting each of these regions. Continue. Which would actually be wrong, I guess, if I got here, but I don't care. I'm just kind of trying to get this to work first. If I use the API correctly, and I just pass the indexes straight back, I'm good. I don't have to... There's literally nothing to worry about. What I return from here is exactly what I get back, which I'm returning vector 2's, vector 2 eyes. Region data will be data I. So I think essentially what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go in and I'm going to overwrite the cells. So region data is a bunch of these. So I can probably go ahead and grab... Well... old data is actually an array, which will be region, instances. Oh, I'm going by mesh ID first. That's the first thing, is mesh ID. This is instance data. I guess I can do... Old cell data, the old instance data, get cell. Copy transforms with region local offset removed. Okay. So this one right here. Region location. Then I would do region size and vertex spacing. The negative of that. I can probably, well, I need to remember some of this, so I'll leave that. So this array is the original thing. Check Discord. Then what am I gonna see? What am I gonna see? Alright, that's actually nice. Very cool. What is all of this? My... Yeah. Pretty much. This is cool. And I can tell it's not a dense mesh too, which I like. What's this weird light going on here? Like very dim sunlight over here. Streaking in. Very cool. Is that vertex lighting? This bit up here? Maybe that normal is a bit weird. Environment light. What happened here? Something's different. It looks, this side looks good, and then like this panel looks good. This panel looks like it's, I don't know, it's a little weird. I can see it better on like the mini version of it on my other monitor than normal. Yeah, I was thinking it must be something with the normals. That's cool though. Is this like some kind of museum art thing? There's this hole in the wall. It's gonna have the key to the city in that hole or something. The button that destroys the world. That's cool though. Good model. It's complicated enough for me. Well, good model. I like the shapes. Copy transforms. Gosh. So essentially, I'm just going to do resize to that. Cool. What's the problem with this? Already a for loop? Oh. Wow, now I see why he used XI here. I was wondering that. It's literally right there. Actually, why did he use XI? He didn't have to use XI. But I'm using XI because I already had I. Cool. Anyway, weird thing to remember. Maybe. Overwrite colors. It's always weird how this works. I can never quite figure it out. There's definitely just a bug with Pact. Pact has a bug. I don't think it's meant to duplicate, or it's meant to copy when you move it, or do this. I don't think this is meant to make a copy, but it does, and I think it's like a poor copy. I'm not sure, so I just duplicate it. I'm just duplicating so I can be sure that it's totally different. This is not a copy, that's a reference. That's a reference. That's a reference. So dictionary and array, always references. Never ever copies, and they're correct references. Pact is weird. Pact is really weird. It's really weird. So then yeah, I think at the end of this, then I just say mesh ID and region location together. Then all of this goes away. I'm gonna write this. -1 at the front here. So it's clear what's going on. It's not being lost. Hidden as a single negative sign in the front of it. Okay. So now with clear, interesting. Now with clear, I can do that get indexes thing. Give it the area. And then get indexes. Do all that. Can drop this note. Put it here. Clear button. Not remove transforms that exist in custom instances. Dictionary. So whenever I get a transform, I have to make sure I compare it to that and see if it's close enough to one. Or not even the origin point. If it shares the vertex. Yeah. If it maps to the same vertex, I keep it. Let me look at how that's stored. It is a dictionary. Yeah. Here's a question. When I set this, when I set instances, it doesn't do, okay, it doesn't do any checks there. Sanitize map. I guess I'm wondering if it has anything that checks to see if the positions are outside of a region. So if I end up moving a transform into a different region, what happens? I think maybe this needs to check. This needs to check for that. It needs to check this. And if it ends up with a negative position or a position outside of region size, or yeah, well, this. Oh, what am I doing? I'm looking at the wrong thing. Do that there. Here. Let me actually move it here. So it's pretty clear. So essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to fix this as I go. I guess I could fix it right away. Fix any transforms that have moved into a different region. Yeah, just be adding it, right? But here's the thing. I have to track it. I have to do something a little bit different. So I'll do to add, which will be a dictionary of indexes to data. And anytime I find one of these, I need to be sure to only add them. Or as I run through this, done as it, yeah, additive operation at the end. Otherwise, neighbors will be cleared. This is done because terrain mesh streaming will probably rely on this. Or rely on instances existing in or within their regions. I guess I could actually do it at the end. No, because I have to drop them. If I were to do it in here, where I would check if the transform is outside of this region, because I'm doing this operation where just every region I hit, I'm just wiping it and setting it to the new data that I'm given. Or each cell, I guess. Each cell I'm given, I'm wiping it. Oh, this has to be fixed by cell. You know what? I wonder if this fixes that. Yeah, something like this, I bet. Maps it to a region location and then maps it to a cell and then tries to find it in that space. So yeah, something like this really relies on each cell, each region containing only instances that appear in that region, and then even each cell only appearing there as well. So that I moved into a different region or cell. This must be done as an additive operation at the end, otherwise neighbors will be cleared. It's done because terrain streaming will probably, it's done because of optimizations, make assumptions about instance transforms being within cells. So to add will be region, instance, cell, and then mesh and color, and then transform and color. And have to drop it from this. Yeah, so basically I have to run through the whole list twice. Region location to another dictionary. Or to add. Whoops. This can be slow if I'm adding things that I'm not changing. So I'll wait until the absolute very end when I'm adding something to be sure that I am retrieving it or not. I guess this should actually be add region data, add inst data. And I don't need old inst data actually. I'm only checking current. So region data, get mesh ID, cell data. Okay. Make that copy. Okay. So then I need to check if I need to move it to a new cell or a new region. Cell. Cell area check. So I guess I do need cell size in this case. So I guess first I can just check if it's in the region. Which I guess... Actually, yeah, I can just probably produce... Not even region offset. Well, actually, I know if it's in the region if it's negative or greater than the region scale. Hey, Yulia. I guess what work wasn't exhausting as I thought. What do you mean? What? You mean write back or am back? Those could mean different things. Hello, though. So this is actually like way up here. And then yeah, I'll leave that up there. And this would be which will also just be, well, cell area is going to move around a lot, so. Actually, size is always going to stay the same, so never mind. I can just start with 0, 0, and then... I spent the whole workday sleeping on board. Wow. You guys don't have the 15 minutes you can go home rule? If he's not here in 15 minutes, we gotta go home. By convention, points on the right and bottom edges are not included. When they say right and bottom, this is what I hate about this. Because I'm assuming point and then this. So when they say right and bottom, looking at it from the top, that means the negative, or the positive and the top, actually, because you're extending down. So that I would say the bottom is where you start and the top is where you end up. Yeah, Godot's a piece of work. I gotta go look at it. Includes or has point. So if we're equal to the position, we're inside. If we are on the edge, we're outside. Which I guess is correct. Okay, so that's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see them ordered like this. Best engine ever. 15 minutes? My ass, I went 2 hours. You were there, what? It's pretty early. It's, honestly, it's more that they have this weird convention where north is negative z. North is negative z. Although I think for my skybox, I've decided that north is negative x. So maybe I'm a little weird for that, but top, or actually no, they actually describe it wrong because they say that top is, they actually do orient it from this way. They're making their rectangles from this orientation. They say this is the position and then we expand that way. Actually, no, sorry. They do it a really weird way where they expand this way, or they expand this way and they say top and right are not included, which this would be right and this is top. So they have an extra thing where they were looking, they're basically their point of reference is looking through the negative y-axis and saying, this is your point, you expand it down, and here's your top and bottom, and these are not included. Or wait, no, hang on, is it like this? Top, no, they say bottom and right are not included. So that's correct there. I can't even do that. I would have to like flip my vision to do this. What? They say bottom and right, but this would be bottom and left. Yeah, I physically can't orient my camera like that. I would have to mirror the whole world to visualize that in 3D. Yeah, they did something weird. Probably 2D, where this is the rect. So when they say bottom and right, now that makes sense. But I can't orient my axes like that. I physically can't do it. Because I mean I can't. You've heard of an XYZ axis? Another thing, there's like probably good mathematical reasons for it, but because in 2D we decide that this is 0.0 and this is the x and this is the y dimension, we call that the z dimension in 3D. This is the x dimension and this is the z dimension. So now these two are 1-to-1, and the y dimension is depth. It's actually, it's the negative y dimensions that's depth. So it's a little bit weird. The world extends towards you instead of away from you. Yeah, like I said, I would have to orient it like this, but I'd flip the x and the z axis to make it look correct. Which, I mean, I guess I can do like that. So now the negative z, and it's weird. They should have made the y-axis, or the vertical component, z. I feel like that just makes more sense. If you're naturally starting from x and y as 2D, and your third dimension is z, which is depth, you don't suddenly go, oh, let's flip it like this, and like the world pushes away from us that way. No, the world should like push away from you this way. Anyway, that's a crazy distraction. If the region has the points, or I guess if the region doesn't have the point, X form origin. Because then you have to do this a lot. We have to do X and Z all the time instead of X and Y. Like that's the thing that's a little annoying, because you can mess that up. And then that was one of my mistakes yesterday when I was working on this. I did X and Y one time where I was supposed to do X and Z, and that's why I wasn't getting instances to appear in some places. So if the region does not have this point, then I have to say compute actual region and place compute actual region in cell. And this is why I gotta do it this way. Because I have to modify this while I'm iterating it. And this is a reference, so I can delete it. This one's a copy, so I have to write it back once I'm done. I guess I can track a modified thing. Move from data. And then I guess right here, if modified. Oh, what? What am I trying to write? That was crazy. And I think I can just set it. That's fine. I'm not using a variable. Spotify's entire catalog scraped and made available as a torrent. You know what? You know what got me mad once? I was using Spotify, and I was like, you know what? There's this music that's not on Spotify, but I want to be able to play it through Spotify, and you can do that. You can tell Spotify to like open a folder and like put tracks in that folder in your, like just, you can just play from a folder. But it's like, if a track is like banned or something on Spotify, you can't do that. Or blocked or what, I don't even know how they do it. But they take my audio file that's on my computer, they scanned it, and they decided, we're not allowed to play this through Spotify, even though it's on your computer. and it like grays it out and like prevents you from playing it through Spotify. That really upset me. Like I nearly like almost decided I'm actually just never gonna use Spotify again and like find some other application. Because it was refusing to play music I had on my own computer. And it was such a weird thing because it's like, why are they scanning the file? They obviously have some kind of signature or fingerprint of the songs that I was trying to play in their database, but they don't have the actual song available on Spotify. I can't play it on Spotify. It's literally just not there. I search it, it's not there. It was really weird. Fuzz metadata. I think I tried that too. I think I tried renaming the file. I deleted all the metadata, so it was literally just like a totally anonymous audio file. And it still wouldn't do it. Maybe it cached it or something, so it just like knew some like unique file handle ID or however that works. So maybe if I just like cleared Spotify's cache or whatever, it would have played the file. There's definitely like, I mean, like Shazam, right? Obviously, the technology exists where you can fingerprint a song in like 5 seconds. And like almost any 5 seconds, you can uniquely identify a song. Or get really, narrow it down to like a handful of options. And every additional second, probably, exponentially shortens that list. So it was, I didn't understand it. It just literally didn't make sense. Like, why is an audio player refusing to play a file on my computer? I don't get it. I don't know why they do that. I mean, I'm still thinking about it. I think probably after... If Zombie Game does really well, I might literally spend like a few weeks writing an audio player application. Simply just because I want something to use for stream where I can connect songs together. So I can say, this is a really good song to follow after this other song. So essentially it'd be like a procedural DJ or something. It doesn't already exist. I haven't been able to find it. I looked for it. Anything is just like, gonna be honest, a crappy UI that's just a file browser that plays audio files. From everything I've seen, that's every audio player that currently exists. It's a crappy UI that's just a file browser. If there is something more advanced, not even more advanced, but also offers like an API so that while it's playing, I can have another script, or I can have it send some signal to a pipe or something. So, because what I would like to have is to like have a music current song playing on stream. I think every streamer wants that. But I think the way that those work is they're basically Shazam. They listen for a few seconds to figure out what you're probably playing, and then they assume that's what you're playing, and they just spin the link at the top. Or it's a paid service where I have to pay money, and I use their website to play music, so that, it can guarantee the title is correct. But even then, they don't have all songs. I want something that can just run on my own computer, no internet, and it has a way that other applications can listen to what's playing. I think Linux already has that pretty figured out. I think there is like Whatever this audio controller is, I think it kind of can figure it out. It knows what applications are playing audio, right? Like, a lot of that stuff is already set up. So probably wouldn't be very hard. Pretty sure I saw something on Linux in a thumbnail. I'll look at it. What is this? Just because it's on the topic, I guess. T equals. Eight minutes? How fast do you talk? Okay.
About in terms of things like
Here's the big thing. I want it to be shuffled, but I want to tell it. I want to still be random, but I want to have it be like, hey, after like this one, play something, favor playing something else from Dark Souls. Favor playing something from this list. And I can have like a priority list. Like that's how much setup I want to have.
Features.
I basically want to
DJ it. Okay, I really care about music players, and I have for so long been searching for a absolutely perfect music player. I think this is the one. I think this is genuinely the last music player I will ever use. Everything about the UI is completely customizable. Everything you see on screen, every single element, every single color, everything is customizable.
Okay, I don't need that.
I am so happy I finally found this music player. So let me actually give you a bit of context before we get into it here. So last November, I made a video talking about how I found this music player called Term Music, which at the time I was really hoping. I had high hopes for it, okay? I was hoping it was going to be the last music player, and
put the camera in the same place as mine.
A few things wrong with it, but I was thinking like, this
how
might
easily
really
can I
be the
move
one.
my...
And I have two main requirements for a music player, okay? So it must be in the terminal, first of all, and it must have album art, which really narrows down the choices for music players. And I'm fully aware that, those are kind of really specific requirements.
I have just a few more requirements
of music players that are in the terminal and also have album art. But anyways, those are my two requirements. And then I had, some other stuff on top that I prefer, and it's not, a hard requirement, but I prefer. Anyways, so Term Music really met a lot of what I was looking for, but it had a few key things wrong with it. The major issues being with the UI. The UI was just not customizable really at all. Beyond, some basic color options, it was not customizable.
More lobotomized
in terms of the layout or anything like that.
Okay.
I actually ended up going into the source.
They talk fast enough, but they say too many words.
I got something I was remotely okay
they
with.
say too many words.
Unfortunately, a lot of programs are like that where you're just not able to customize.
All right. I'm gonna say this. I think it's really cool when someone's just passionate and they want to show something off. But please, when you're making a video, write a script and go and read the script. Just do bullet points and edit your video and cut out your rambles. All right, we're 2 minutes in and there's literally not a single.
Customize the UI.
They haven't. All they've said so far is that you can customize the UI.
But this music player, by contrast, everything can be customized.
This is like a general problem with tech YouTubers. No one wants to write a script. Everyone just wants to freestyle it. They think about it for like maybe a few minutes about what they want to talk about, and then they just freestyle. And then there's not been a single cut so far, so
the big issue with Term Music that I really ended up switching away from it for this issue was that the album art did not resize properly. So for example, since I'm using a tiling window manager, having it
I think just like statistically, no. There's no way this person's probably going to play my game. No way this person's ever going to see my game.
Dynamic resizing.
Just statistically, it's very unlikely. Unless Markiplier is playing zombie game, it's really unlikely.
On the window is pretty important, right? Like if I'm, go to this window, if I make it like full screen or something like that, right? Dynamic resizing of the album art and the other UI elements is pretty important. Okay, and you can see with this one, it does take half a second to do, which I really can't blame it for.
Here, maybe this is a really stupid bar to have, but here's like all the levels of like success. Markiplier playing your game is about as good as you can get.
Because it's using Uberzug
If he
to
plays
render
your
an album
game,
art, so I
you've made
understand
it.
if it takes half a second. But the issue with term music was that the album art would start floating across the text, which starts to be an issue. So that was a pretty big deal breaker. And I did try to go into the source and try to figure it out and fix it, and I really couldn't. And it just came down to like, all right,
That's
it's using
beyond success.
Uberzug to sort of hack it in as an implementation. Like I'm using
You really
SDH,
can't
which
get
means
much
there's no
better
native
than
Sixel support, which means the only option is essentially this
one
program
of the
called
top
Uberzug,
YouTubers
which,
playing
if
the
you
game.
haven't seen it, Uberzug. People use it to render images in the command line. There's a few different versions of it. This is like the current version. But anyways, so that's Uberzug. That's what it's using to display album art with. I didn't think you could get better than that, and then I found this program. So let me actually walk you through.
This is
what's here,
Hyperland,
first of
right?
all. We've got our top bar. We actually have mouse support in the
I
program.
don't know
which
what
don't really
the other
use
ones
too
look
much,
like, but I'm
I mean,
guessing
there
this
mouse
is
support if you
probably
want it. You just have a few different, tabs
Hyperland.
in the top bar. There's more available than just these. You have a directory browser. It's actually in the style of Ranger or LF. If you're familiar with like, the tri-panel layout here, really nice
hope he
directory
does.
browser. You can just tab through your tabs if
It's
you want to.
not likely.
Backwards. There's a search that works perfectly.
Here's the thing. Halo. I was even gonna say Minecraft, but I think he's probably played. He's played Minecraft. Halo's a hugely successful game. To my knowledge, Markiplier has never uploaded a video of him playing Halo, but he does play it. He's played the game and he likes the game. As far as I'm aware, he likes Halo. He's probably played most of them. Maybe not all of them, but most of them. He's never uploaded a video on it though.
I just, search some song here. I could just go ahead, add it to playlist, and then it would be at the bottom of my queue here if I.
And I kind of wonder why he hasn't. I don't think it's outside of his, outside of his audience. I don't think it's a choice of entertainment, how funny it could be. Does he even upload anymore? He does. He uploads still pretty frequently. He's just really busy with a movie right now. But he's never done a video in Halo.
Down to the bottom of that. There it is. Or I could actually
And,
just
and
press
as I was
enter
saying,
and
I don't know why he hasn't. I feel like he could. I feel like there's probably some personal reason why he doesn't want to do it. Like maybe just at the time when he would have made the video, there was still other more entertaining games to play. He wouldn't really stick out, so he was playing unknown games. And now if it's a popular game he would play, he avoids it because maybe he just doesn't like. He doesn't like those games, I guess, which I fully agree with that. Modern Halo's not anything like old Halo.
Start playing it, so good behavior there. Points for that. The album
Nice
art
to meet you,
in terms of actually
parasocial
just
woman.
rendering in is pretty much instant. Super easy to go forwards and backwards in your track. It's MPD integrated. This is actually an MPD client. So points for that as well, since it's not a hard requirement for me for it to be integrated with MPD, but I do prefer that. And of course, every single other UI element.
I wonder if
so
they say MPD. I'll have to look at that. I wonder if that means I can write some kind of
I've got,
script on
song
top
and
of
album,
that.
but you could add an artist or duration or whatever else. The actual elements in this header bar, you could get rid of the header bar if you didn't want the header bar. You could get rid of the album art if you didn't want it. Every single thing is so customizable, and it's completely easy to integrate with Pywall. I just made a template for it, super easy. Anyways, so let's actually look at the page for it. I think I already went over.
Probably. Here's a good idea. I could probably just put the element on my screen, because if it's a window, I could put the window on my screen, and it would just have that thing at the top. And then I probably would use some other script. They say MPD, so maybe I need to look at that and see what that is. I'm doing some like crazy research. Plays audio files, organizes playlists, and maintains a mute. So that already sounds like it's probably what I would need. So I wonder if all I would need is an application, and then I can just tell it. I can possibly use this to interface with it to like request it to play something. Maybe.
Main features here, but yeah, I don't know. There's scripting support as well, but yeah,
Ability to play music from YouTube, that's pretty good. That's already a big plus. I don't need that. I don't need that. Support scripting through CLI mode. Okay.
pretty much went over the main features. There's some example themes you could actually look at. So, for example, this is the default theme out of the box, which honestly looks fine in my opinion. I only, customize it more. There's also this this Nord theme here, which actually kind of reminds me of Strawberry, if anybody. It walks you through all of the customization. So if you're sort of wondering whether you would be able to figure it out, even if you're not, super familiar with customizing this sort of stuff, you can easily figure it out based on this documentation. It's really good. I have .debug since I was building from source. So if you intend to build from source rather than just like installing a package, .debug is the file name you'll want. A lot of these options are self-explanatory. I don't really need to spend too much time. The keybinds, Vim keybinds by default, pretty much everything that I just like expected to work would just work. Like if I just, select who I actually looks. So for example, this line talking about of course you've got the
Interesting. Cool. Okay. I mean, I was saying I don't need to be able to configure the layout, but if they're like actually serious that I can make it look like whatever I want, like if I could just literally have this title bar, like just the time and then the artist and name, and I could just throw that in like a pinned window on the top right. I could do that. Cool. What is it called? Do they have oh, let's try this. No. Wait a second. How do I get this? Recognition you liked. Good job. How do I get this? There's no link. This isn't it, right? It's not. Oh, this is it. Why is it like totally... What? Just say like... Get. Get the music player. RMPC. I thought this was just like a random link. Okay. Remote commands. Remote command. I just literally sent it a key. How would I tell it to play a certain thing? Okay. So I could do... Oh, okay. No, remote commands are still limited to very little things. I'm a little confused. I mean, I guess you'd only have one, right? So if you hit play, or if you send to play, it's just there. Add a song to the current queue. The queue. Prints information about the song. So I wouldn't even have to go through it. I could just literally write like a batch or Python. Anything. And just run the commands. Can I get notified when a song ends? I guess I could do like a check where it's... where I would ask... custom status message. What would I do? Could I get a list of the current anything? Single consume. I don't know what that means. Interesting. I'll probably be able to find that later. But neat. Alright. Okay. So it's not in the right region. So I need to compute actual region and cell. So yeah, I should just be able to say, oh no, region location is here. But I'm setting it every time, so it's actually fine. So region location would be equal to the copy all that. Region location will be the... Let me move my camera back to the other side. What is it, 1920? Sweden, 1915? Oh no. I don't remember where my camera was actually at. I think it might be... I think it was 10 off. It was 12. The size is 50. Okay, I gotta do some math really quick because I kind of messed up where my camera should be. So I get this value. So that lines up there. I think it was 12. No, I'm really confused. Because I feel like it said like 1825 or something, but that can't be right. That's like way off. I'm super proud of me when I type he on the URL bar, the first thing that comes up is Pirate Bay. Okay. Awesome. All right. What is the dimensions? I think are 16 by 9. So if I were to do, I think I can look at, because I think, okay. I think how I've lined it up here is with the text. So let me go look at the text. How's this set up? Alright, I apparently have it 24 pixels off the side. So am I supposed to be 24 pixels off the side? I guess so. I guess that's what I'm meant to be. Okay. Alright, that looks like the correct number. Okay, cool. Now I'm in the right spot. Okay, don't mess with my camera nor. I should really set up so I can just like use a different source for the camera being on the other side. Or a scene or whatever, I don't know. Instead of doing that, because that's dangerous. I don't have Git for, I do not have Git for this. Try to... Okay. Should probably be a little bit brighter, actually. A little bit brighter. All right. I'm so distracted. So from a position, I need to go look at this code because there is a very nice and simple calculation to get this information from just a position. So local chord is this v2i divide floor thing, which I already have implemented. So I would just get the region location. And then I get the cell. No, the region local coordinate. Grid position, which is the cell. They have it such a weird way. Generally such a weird way that they do this. Look how far tabbed in I am. This is so sad. You know, maybe I just do this. If the region has the points, actually it should really just be a cell check. If it doesn't have the cell, if it's not in the correct cell, then I have to compute its new region. I should just compute the cell. So for each cell area is going to be vector 2 of cell, which would be a vector 2i, so cast it to that. And then I want to just multiply it by cell scale, I think. Or no, I would do region area. Just remove that. If we have it, we're good. Otherwise, I'm doing all this. Okay. Just gonna do this. Cell area is the cell. It will be the I guess I can compute a region offset. This times cell scale, add the region offset. So I mean, I can track it, and I'm gonna put it in here just because I don't want it to be anywhere else. I'll put it all the way down here, where I've guaranteed that I'm gonna be using it. So it's a region offset, and then add that individual cell by its scale, and then it sizes that. So if we have that point, we're good, and we can continue. If we don't, we have to compute actual region cell. So I'll just bring this back so I can actually see it all. Okay. So region location of this V2I divide floor. Which would be a grid position. So snapped position. All right, I think I got it. No, I don't. Okay. Also, region location. Region location is just used to read, and then we'll reset it before we read it again. So I'm safe to write here. Okay. So it will just be position over region scale, actually. And then we floor that. Rounded down towards negative infinity. Good. Okay. And I need the local cell, which would be which is actually difficult to get from that. So it would be, oh, actually it would just be kind of cell. Okay, so I need to compute a new cell location. I think it would be position minus this region location. This is looking like it makes sense. Let me see the code for this. Closest mesh ID. So we get a region location from the global position. Then we get a cell from that position. So we run util get cell from a global position. Okay. Okay. So okay. So I move position back so that we're in zeros. Essentially, we're in zeros. And then the weird thing is that the mapping between this position and cell scale. Well, I've got it. I've got its true location. This lighting is so weird. I think I just gotta move the window. One sec. No, it's not such a harsh contrast. So would I divide it by cell scale and then floor that? Or do I divide it by cell size? I guess I can look at util again. Because I kind of know what that looks like already. And I think it would be by the scale. Yeah, so yeah, it would be. This division and then this division is the same thing as doing divided by this times that. So it will be divided by cell scale. Multiplication is weird too. So cast this to that. And then floor. Dan's dome is amazing. That was pretty good. Okay. This should be right, I think. So I've computed the actual region and actual cell. I have to place in the two add structures. So at this point I should just have add cell data. So I log the current cell. Or I guess I would do do I have something called add data? Let's do add. Add data will be get or add. The cell could be anything. Oh wait, no, I have like, oh, it's really weird actually. This could literally go in anywhere at any time. So yeah, I gotta be a bit annoying about it. Actually, I guess each instance is fine. So I guess at the end of this one I could say if so this would actually be probably collapse all that. So add add cell data would be getting, or I guess it would actually be add region data. To add is Yeah, it'll be by region. It'll be by region, then it'll have the same layout. Region, instance ID, cell location. Sorry. Yeah, never mind. It's actually, I can't do that like that at all. WWE 2K24 online services. $2024, you get to play it for 1 year. You get to play for a year and a half, a year and 3 months. That's funny. Unless the game is like, unless 2024 comes out in 23 for some reason, which maybe that's how it actually is. So I guess in that case you got 23, 24, 3 years and 3 months to play it. And I pirate it then. If they don't sell it, then you can pirate it. If they're literally not selling it anymore. Oh, it's actually going to be add instance data. I disagree with you. If I can't buy it, then you shouldn't. What? Disagree as in that that's too far, or disagree as in that's not far enough? I think everyone can agree that if you are literally, if there is no method to which you can buy something because they just straight up don't sell it anymore, then you're allowed to pirate it. Mesh ID. I guess I need to grab the color before I do this. add X form, append the transform. And these will be, their locations will be fixed. But this is in global space, so their locations will be fixed later. And then that should modify in place. How about that? I don't think just because it's not offered, I can just pirate it. I don't know if I can defend delisted. You can pirate it because there's always licenses and more complicated stuff. If you can't buy it, you can pirate it. It is their fault for not selling it. It's literally their fault. If the product is literally not a... If there is no legal means for you to obtain the product, and the product itself is not illegal to own, then you can procure it in a way that's not harmful. Like if I go to the store and for some reason they're not selling water, I can say, all right, I'll go to a different store that's selling the water. Or even better, a store that's giving away free water. I think it's valid. Software that's not like inherently illegal. It hasn't been made illegal. It hasn't been banned, whatever. If there's a board game that's no longer being manufactured, I can go and buy it from a yard sale. Sometimes they will even say, you know what? I don't even want it anymore. Just take it. The thing is, it's not like a physical product where it costs them money to sell it. Like it really... No matter how much people may want to argue, oh, bandwidth isn't free. It's really cheap. It costs you nearly nothing to sell software online. Like a couple sales in a year pays for any upkeep or maintenance fees. As long as you're not selling it from like your own servers, then then you're probably stupid. But Steam, as far as I'm aware, Steam just takes a percentage cut and they charge like a fee to list it. They have like a listing fee and they take a percentage of sales. It literally doesn't cost them anything to put it online. A couple sales. And I mean, they've already made their money, so they're already in the profit. They can put it online. sale cannibalization is the stupidest business theory ever. It literally doesn't make sense. We're going to sell less of product A if we also sell product B. So we stop selling product B and we start selling only product A. It literally doesn't make any sense. It straight up doesn't make sense. People who would buy B are not guaranteed to buy A if B is not available. People who would buy B are guaranteed to buy B. People who would buy A are guaranteed to buy A. If they pick either, then whatever, they pick one of the two. There is, I mean, at least in like restaurants, there is a theory of choice overload. There's a non-zero cost in adding items to your, like, a food menu, because someone has to pick one item. But with software where it doesn't cost you money to offer both, you don't have that negative. Even with hardware, sometimes with hardware, it doesn't cost you anything to continue manufacturing both products, because they are both profitable. Now with technology where you like have, device A is better than device B in every conceivable way, then okay, there's a case to be made where eventually you probably just stop manufacturing because literally no one will buy it. Anyone who would buy it is actually going to buy A instead. But most of the time, it does not make any sense to do that. It really doesn't. Especially with the price. It would not make any sense to make a cheaper, better thing and still offer a more expensive, worse thing. But if there's like any fundamental differences, especially with pricing, if one item is like more than like 5% different than the price, then you probably should just be selling both. Yeah. I mean, it's why pretty much 100% of software, you can download any version ever of it. Like, you go into any software that's not like a corporation, you can download every single version they've ever made, ever. They're not taking off old ones because they're like, oh, it's cutting into our downloads of our newer versions. It's dumb. Especially if you're selling it. There's literally no reason for you to stop selling your old one. Unless you're making a single product and you're just updating it. But if it's something different, like a different game, yeah. I'm crazy distracted today. Trying to think with their logic. It's probably good for you that I'll be far away. No. Maybe I should. Maybe I should go like stream silent while I work on this, because I have a negative counter now. I'm on the negative days. I've gone over. If cell has point, add 1 and continue. Subtract 1. then down here at the end, and then I say if modified. All this can just go away. If we modified it, must write back to color data. Must write back color data. Because I'm modifying it. We'll stop to. I think this kind of does it, actually. So then I would update regions. And then I would do append. Let me do a check here. Append moved instances. I can actually, now that I think about it, I could just use add transforms. Damn. I've gone a little crazy. To add. Place into add structures. I should get the mesh ID. This is actually just going to be called add inst data. Because I don't have to format it like this at all. I can let this one. In fact, I literally don't have to do that. I can just compute if it's in the cell. And if it's not, then I don't even need to compute the actual region cell. I can just place in the to add structure. When I do add colors, I just pass colors. That's fine. And then I guess I'm doing this thing again, so I can batch it all together. And I start with total -1. I wonder if since I'm overriding it, I could just go through and clear every one of those regions, or every cell that I find, and then just use add. Maybe that would be better. That'd probably be way better, actually. Why am I so blurry? Hello? Okay. I think I'm gonna do that. That actually sounds way, way better. Because kind of the issue is that actually, you know what? Like, it really doesn't make any sense, does it? I think I just go through every transform. I compute what cell it's in, and then I go and find that cell and clear its data. I build a list of cells, and then I just call add. By region. Yeah, because I don't have any concept of cells there. I'm just iterating it. Oh, I guess no, if I'm setting all right, I'll leave that one like that. Set instance data. So here's what I'm gonna do. Theory. Clear every cell's data that is mentioned in the given data. Step 1. Gather. I guess 1A. Clear cells data that is mentioned in the given data. And then copy each transform and color to a... Actually, should I do this? Never mind, I probably shouldn't do this. You know what? I've already written it, so it's already good. Because the issue is if I'm doing a lot of copies. Maybe that's not a big deal to do a lot of copies. I didn't think of memory. Okay. So transform, when it's stored in memory, should be 4 vector 3s. So let me do like a quick math check here. So I have 4 vector 3s. So that's 12, 12 doubles actually. So these are 8. So that's 96 bytes per transform. And just assuming also the color is 3 doubles. So 12 times 8 plus... It's actually 4 doubles. 4 times 8. So 128 bytes per instance. So maybe that's not as much as I think it is. If I were to say I go crazy and place copy 10,000 instances in a single call, that would be 1 megabyte. Maybe it's not a big deal. It's probably not a big deal. All right. I am going to change it to do this. A preprocess step. So this would be clear every mesh ID cell pair data that is mentioned in clear every cell pair that is mentioned in data. Copy, transform, and color to new giga array. Add instances. All add instances with all the transforms and colors. I could also, I guess, split this. So I could do it in several steps, so I'm copying smaller chunks at a time. But I guess if I'm gonna do a copy, I may as well do all of it, right? I may as well do all of it. Okay. Scrapping the entire thing. And I'm just gonna have like an add instances transform at the end. Because this will be so much easier. Because I will just take the transform out. It's already a global transform. And I just pass it back in. I just want the extra bit where I'm clearing that cell. So for I in range, indexes size, and then this. I guess I can, this can definitely be per region. I'm gonna do that. Really want to do that because I could probably miss it. So I'm just gonna do it all together. And I think I could probably no, I won't. I was gonna say I could probably pre-size it, but I don't. There's no reserve, which I think is kind of stupid. I should be able to reserve. Because I think in general, I probably know I'm gonna be doing like, I could probably reserve like 32 to skip like some initial small copies. Because the growth rate of this, I'm assuming, is doubling, probably. Gotta find this. Terrain data, get region index. Okay. doing this stuff. And I don't need to scale it. The add handles all that for me. Whoops. So this should be for I guess I will probably be splitting it by mesh ID. I guess I will, yeah. Okay. And this will be ordered by cell. So I guess it will be cell data. But I will pack all of them together in a single call. And when I do the update, I'll just, when I do add transforms, I'll just always pass true for update. Because it should be pretty unlikely that I'm moving a transform outside of it, but I guess it's always possible. I don't want to force my code, force myself on the outside to do that. I don't want to do that. I want to be able to move things around wherever I want, add something in just like the definitely wrong place. But, okay. So, let me say every cell that's mentioned, I'm clearing that cell. But should I also clear a cell that I move something into? I don't think so. That doesn't sound right. Because it could be that I move from one cell that I'm modifying to another cell that I'm modifying. So there could be an order issue where this cell is cleared, and then I move this one into here, and I clear it after I've already added what I wanted to add. So it adds stuff, then move something into it, clear the thing that I already changed. So yeah. I'm only going to clear cells as I mention them. Let me see how they do this clear by region thing, or clear by location, whatever it is. I think it's probably at the top. Or further up. Ugh. So clear by region, you give the region the mesh ID, and it just says erase. Destroy MMI by location. I guess I just do the thing where I say modify it directly and then call update at the end. That's probably all I... Or no, I think I just set it to be clear and then I call add transforms Hmm. Yeah, I just want to clear it. And I'll call update on the spot. Or I think I just call... I think... Oh yeah, I think how this works is I would just call update and it like queues that region to be checked. So as long as I just set... It queues that region. Yeah. Yeah. So I just call update. That won't actually do anything. It'll queue it. So every cell that I modify, I queue that region to be updated, and then I would call add transforms, and then I pass update at the end, which, let me see what update specifically does, because I can't remember. Add transforms, I think it just passes update into end location, and this one just passes it to append region. And then if it's an update, it will call update moment. So actually, I do want to do that. I will just pass true every time. Is that what's wrong here? Oh. That might have been why things were weird at one point. I was like not actually updating that region or something, somehow. Or no, it was definitely a cell. I don't know. There's this bug that happened that I still don't know what's up with that. But it hasn't happened again. Include the old cell data. So I don't actually need to get that. Well, I do need to get that. But not yet. So for each region location that I have the region. Should be region instances, I think. Yep. Just do that. if we have this cell, then so I'll mark that. And I should just be able to leave it as true. I guess at this point I can say terrain instancer for mesh ID and region location. I'm assuming this also checks if it's already in there. Does it really not check? That's interesting. It doesn't check if it's already in the list. So does this pair thing fix it? If it's this with a mesh ID, all regions for this mesh, then we do that. It's not process. Vector 2i int bear. A deduplicating set. Okay. So it's fine to call that for the same region many times. Okay. All right. It says it's fine. Mesh ID, region location, and then I wouldn't pass anything for that. Just to check. Mesh ID, region location. I can, yeah, okay. Yep. So I've cleared that. I'm not exactly sure if they have to have that, but I'm going to leave that. I'm really not sure. I think it's always there, actually. I think every mesh that's present has this. So if the mesh is present, which it could be, then I need to clear it. Let me look at remove instances to see what this does. Did I scroll past it? What just happened? Oh, it's before adding, apparently. So when I get this instance dictionary, am I ever doing an erase on it? If the cell is empty, I erase it. Okay. Right, okay. Does cell ever become empty? It can. I wonder, okay, now I need to go look at process updates to see if that can ever do this cleanup stuff for me or not. Update by region. Cells. Okay, so if transforms to 0, I destroy it. Okay. In fact, it doesn't even check if it's modified at that point. So if I'm clearing it, I don't have to set it. It will just remove it. And then I'm assuming destroy MMI by cell. Should probably do cleanup on its own. Okay, not really, actually. Not really. It doesn't grab the region. Okay, yeah, it actually doesn't do that at all. Weird. So they can sit around taking up memory, just being like an empty array. Yeah, but the thing is, this is kind of the issue, is that I have to pass in. I don't get this stuff. I would almost need to call these things myself. If I set it to be empty, I have to pass it to get it to actually remove. I have to pass it as being empty for it to actually remove anything in the first place. So, unfortunately, this stuff will just sit around. But I guess the best I can do is just minimize that footprint. Because yeah, this won't clean up any empty stuff. It'll only delete the mesh, the actual things. It won't actually delete any empty data. Because after it's deleted, it could go back to empty data to save space. It could. Alright. Clear the old cell data, copy data, and after I gathered everything, I would do I would just call add transforms with mesh ID, and I just say true. Also, this one, yeah, is actually probably... Yeah, let me drop that. That's kind of a mistake to not be passing true. Because I'm just queuing it. I'm just putting it into a queue. It doesn't actually do anything. I would only pass false if I plan on like leaving that update for later, like frames later. I was doing that because I thought it would do a lot of processing immediately, but it won't. It still batches until the next frame hits. Okay, so cool. This became a really simple thing, and I don't need cell scale. I don't need region scale. I literally don't need any of this. I'm just iterating, clearing, and adding. Very nice. And then I'm assuming add transforms if you pass empty. It just does something, yeah, so. If I clear it, I do have to be calling this update method myself. Because then add, because I could literally just pass in nothing but empty arrays, and it will, like, which is essentially what I am going to do. It's possible I could have a triangle large enough, or a region large enough that encompasses a full cell. And all it's going to do is it's going to clear the entire cell. So if I don't call this, then add transforms won't apply to that. Or I guess if I'm doing it, if a region that I've made encompasses an entire region for terrain, then this will do nothing. Because every single region would be, or the full region would be empty, and I'd clear everything. So yeah, I have to call this every time. Okay. All right. Now let's figure this out. So what I should do is I should get indexes, which is an array of something, instance node, get instance indexes for an area, which I guess would be kind of like this. Cool area. Okay. And then I have IDs. So what I'll say is when I clear it, and I'm just going to clear trees. I guess actually if I'm modifying it by instance, then I would just... Yeah, so here's what I will be doing. Array of something. Um, yeah. If I put anything in here, yeah. So if I'm putting anything in here, this means it's a cell that I want to mod. There's a cell that I'm trying to modify. So then I can say new data append new inst data. New index is append index. And then at the very end, I would do instance node set instance data new indexes new data. So if it is not equal to 0, I don't want to modify it. And then when it is 0, I need to test every transform in here. So this tells me that I get cells and then transforms. So I don't really care about cells, but I do have to provide that format. So instance ID, every cell that I mention is going to get cleared. So for cell in cell data. Hey, Danilin, new hypothetical. What if I went to get water really quick? I'll be back. I'm back. Okay. Sell and sell data. So mesh data will then be a dictionary, which will be cell data, get cell. I just glanced over and saw lingerie. What is this? Have some balls and answer it. She gives you two choices. She wears a full body fursuit, or you wear lingerie. I won't be answering that. And yes, everything is going to be on YouTube. It will all be cataloged, except for possibly some days where I decide that I really need to put my head down and focus and just work on it without a stream, which has happened, I guess, for like 2 half days now, but really recently, and specifically for this. Mesh data. So I want to go through the transforms, which will be an array. Should be this. Did I just modify my... Oh my gosh, it happened again. It's happening again. Why does this happen? Alright, we're good. Yep, that's right. Okay. Upload and damn archive org. YouTube's good enough, I think. I think YouTube's good enough. The amount of hard disk space I would take up is a lot. Like, I'm assuming it's at least 1 gigabyte every stream. I'm assuming every stream of mine is at least 1 gigabyte of data. So if I do like 100 streams, I mean, I guess it doesn't really add up that fast compared to a terabyte. I would have to stream for like over a year to fill up a terabyte hard drive. 6 gigabytes? Okay. I wasn't quite sure on the size of that for a 1080, 60 FPS. So if I ran up to 10, I'd still have to do 100 streams before I hit a terabyte. And the hard drives are, the size that I would get would be like 4 or more. And that size too much for me. 8 hours of 1080. Well, that's probably 30 FPS. Unless you're actually doing, unless that is 60. I mean, I guess you could just look it up. Size estimate for 1080, 60 FPS, 8 hours. I don't know if the format Oh, calculator, cool. This should be, does the codec really matter? Video bitrate in Mbps? Okay. Audio is stereo. Okay. It says, this one is saying for 1080p 60 FPS, apparently, this might be too high. I'm gonna change that to 6. A video bitrate of 6 Mbps and a duration of 8. I think the audio quality is also a bit too high. I'll drop that to 96. 20 gigabytes. I mean, I reduced it quite a bit. 20 gigs per stream. Average, probably. Sometimes I'm less than 8, sometimes I'm at 10. Yeah, those are generally going to be really compressed and 30 FPS though. I have like uncompressed 60 FPS. High frames, reframe. I don't know what those mean. I literally don't know what those mean. So, I'm getting. That's set. What is get? Get should be. Get is definitely giving me a copy. Absolutely, it's giving me a copy. And there are global transforms. Every now and then I take my hand off the mouse and I go back and I definitely hit a button or something and it just, it feels different. And I'm suddenly like convinced that it is different, but maybe it's not. Weird. Yeah, I've never learned what those are. I just have never learned. There's a video effect that you can get by manually removing those frames or something. I think it's B frames. If you delete a B frame in your video footage, it gives you this really cool corrupted look for like a few seconds. I think it's that one. There's definitely some data manipulation you can do to like deliberately corrupt your video for an effect. Translate region local offsets to global. So when I get this mesh data Xform, and I guess I will do color as well. And then I'll do modified. But yeah, I wanted to see what this one is. I don't think it actually comes like that, so I'm just gonna drop that. Can you just make vegetation with shaders? Grass, yes. Grass I will definitely do with the this shader thing that Terrain 3D has. for large objects that I need collision with, or even just for large objects I'm not going to have like millions of, I'll just use transforms. Yeah, grass is kind of like the only thing that you really want for a shader. Everything else should have like a dedicated transformation in the world to render a mesh and collision, because I'm generally gonna have collision on everything that's not grass that I'm gonna be placing. So grab the transform. I'm going to compare it to my triangle mesh. So I'll just keep okay. Decals everywhere. How will decals work on that? I'm assuming decals will work on that. I haven't thought of that. I have no idea how decals render. Absolutely no clue. I have some idea because when you place one, you give it a position and like a range, like you give it a box that it renders onto. So it probably just uses the depth buffer actually. That would actually make sense. If its screen space matches its depth buffer, then, and I guess you'd also need a normal. You actually wouldn't use normal. You just paint it in that direction onto that depth. That's probably exactly how it works. Begin. Then intersect ray. If it does collide, I will be clearing it. And this is, I guess, why I need it to be out here. And now I need a while. Otherwise, I'm going to be including it. So I guess I just leave it. Though I guess if I never touch the cell... Oh yeah, new instance data. Okay, yeah. If I modify it, then I have to put it in there. If I don't modify it, then I don't have to put it in there. Because I didn't touch it. New instance data. So I guess I can say new cell data. If I've touched any cells, then I will be putting it into that. So new instance data. For this instance, we'll receive this cell data. Cool. Otherwise, I have to do... Well, yeah, actually, it's all just staying there. I'm modifying this in place. If modified, new cell data, set cell to be should just do this. I guess I can actually just say mesh data. Unity has a new pricing plan. Talk about this. Yeah, I think so, but I didn't really understand it. If it has the ray, okay, I guess I say if it's not, yeah, if it's not in there, I'm not doing anything. So this would be an I, add 1. But if it was in there, I'm stripping it. And I say that I've modified it. Because if I go through all the transforms and I don't modify any of them, I don't remove any of them, then I'm not doing anything with that cell. So if I haven't removed anything from that cell, I am not sending that cell back to be adjusted. If I have, but if I have, then I may have removed some. So what the system will do is it will clear that entire cell and then set back what I gave it here. Okay. And for now, only managing trees. Managing? Why does it look like a weird word? Managing. Strange looking word. I don't know why. Okay. Oh, I guess I technically need to put this in here somewhere. Critical to do. Make sure not to remove transforms that exist in the custom instance. Okay. I guess it's finally time to test this thing. So, just gonna turn that on and off and on. Reload the scene. Okay, and so my idea here is I'm going to paint trees. And then I should see everything inside of this area get deleted, and then things that are outside of it get, or stay, I guess. So in fact, I'll make it a little bit more complicated. And draw a bunch there. I'll even draw a line over this way, just to be sure that we're not possibly deleting other things. Okay, so I should just be clicking clear and it should just delete. That one's iffy, but it's that's actually so it's barely on the edge. That's fine, I don't care about that. Okay, so I shouldn't be so excited. It seems to have worked literally perfectly. But of course, there's always a possibility of a mistake. It looks good. So here's a test that I kind of forgot to make, which was to actually draw the bushes around here. And I'm going to put more trees down just to verify that it still is deleting things. And I'll put bushes over here. Okay, that was weird. That was like laggy and slow to update for some reason. Alright, so the bushes should stay. The trees go away. I missed the button. Dude. Oh, that's LOD. Okay. I actually can't... I actually struggle to believe that I did it all correctly. I actually kind of can't believe that. Like, not even a weird bug. Like, a weird bug would have been for nothing to happen. That's, like, worst case, but honestly, that's kind of the only thing that could have happened. A weird bug where, like, extra cells were being cleared. I could figure that out. Because that's something happening wrong, but if, like, you know, worst case was nothing happening, which is awesome that nothing... Awesome that something happened, and even more awesome that it just looks like it worked immediately. So, that's awesome. That's straight up super cool and awesome. Super awesome and cool. Okay. I'm gonna send that. And I'm gonna take lunch off of that too. That's really awesome. I think I still have this dynamic plane that I need to probably drop. I think it was a really cool idea. I don't think it works though. I definitely will probably want in the future just to be able to draw a circle using lines. Any concave shape. And then it will triangulate it for me and produce a triangle mesh. And then, because as you can see, everything that I'm using, I'm just using the triangle mesh. Populate region, triangle mesh. So if the triangle mesh just is good, then... Oh, and I guess here's the real test. I can click populate, clear, populate, clear, populate, clear. I guess that's actually going to be a good test. Let me check that it's pretty much impossible for me to populate and then clear and still have things left over. . it's harder to see when there's a bunch of these other trees sitting around the edge of it. Alright, I'm just gonna spam the button. Apparently I have a tree somewhere. Oh, is it this tree over here? Oh, that's a bit annoying. Highlight instances? What was that meant to do? Is it something up in the sky? Oh, that's weird. Where's the one tree? Well, I thought at some point I did put a tree over here. I can just clear the region data changes because I know that there should be nothing here as far as region data is concerned. What does that look like if I highlight? Oh yeah, that's pretty clear. Turn that off. You have like one tree somewhere. Okay. Alright. But if I click add and remove, I should never be left over with something. Do these draw shadows? Let me turn on shadows. That's not. On. Like add a bunch of times. I think it stacks them. Awesome. So it looks like it's pretty much impossible. Pretty much. From what I can tell, this is well... It can figure it out. It figures it out. Okay. So I still have that to do to fix. But I like that these functions have gotten way shorter. That's really nice. The set indexes is maybe a little complicated, but actually I guess it's not. Oh wait, set's really short. Nice. Then I got rid of that update thing. I'm just passing true every time. I added the clear thing. And it looks like there's a weird diff happening. So I'm going to fix that by just moving it. That's annoying. Maybe if I just were to do no faces for this region. Cannot clear. What if I do that? What if I made those few changes? Alright, cool. Now it's saying it's adding the whole thing and not merging it with populate region. Okay. Alright. I think I'm gonna leave those not added for now. Oh, and then I need to fix that. Node and region, and then I don't think the other ones actually have changes that I need to include here. Yeah, those two are not being added for now, because I'm probably going to get rid of that dynamic plane. Or maybe I could. No, because... yeah, never mind. Okay. Add clear region button or instancer regions, or just add clear button for instancer regions. Also modified get indexes, get set methods for usage. They are now simpler and should be faster. Instance regions now clear trees in their areas. Needs to be updated when settings are added and custom transforms. When settings, custom transforms are added. Cool. I am going to grab lunch, and I'll be back. Next thing, I think I'm kind of at the point where, yeah, before I get the settings where I would like set things up here, I'm gonna give myself the ability to delete a vertex and delete a face, so I can click, find the face that I've intersected, and then delete that face. Or I can find a vertex, click, and delete that vertex, and also thus needing to delete every face that is associated with that vertex as well. Okay. I will be back. I'm back. I've got food and I'm going to eat. I will be eating quickly. So, no videos today. That dog drools so much. I'm back. Bite him, Olmec. What? Must can't figure out mute. What? No. I clicked. I went to click the unmute button, but I clicked the slider, so I dragged it like all the way down to 0. It says it's good. I guess I'll check. Yeah, it's good. Alright. Okay, so I said the next thing I want to do is I want to be able to click to delete vertices and delete faces. So I need to do that. So first of all, toolbar. I'm gonna add another separator. Sep region remove. I guess this should actually probably go up there, and then I think it can also bind to the delete key. So if I press, nah, that doesn't work. I just want a button that I select and then I click the vertices and they get deleted. I love being rude to someone I'll never meet? Oh, and what? Antonymosity? Are you saying anonymity or animosity? It's like you combine those two words. Anonymity can make a human vile. I don't think it's necessarily your anonymity. I think it's the feeling of not actually talking to somebody. I can definitely say it's a lot harder to, like, in a live stream setting, if you're typing in chat, it's harder to be rude, and it feels worse to be called out for being rude. Because then you're like, okay, well, now I actually feel bad. Because you have a face to look at, right? But like if it's on a YouTube video and a comment, I think the feeling is literally no different than as if you're just writing a private message to yourself. With me, it's different. On my side, it's all letters. So I could be rude. I could definitely be more rude. Start with the remove vertex. That child. Region remove. You're getting distracted? Yes, I am. Update visibility. These will be shown. Okay. Tumbleweeds. It's really warm out today. I'm very surprised by that. I took the dog out and I like put on a jacket and gloves because it looked windy, and so I just assumed it was going to be really cold. It was like warm wind. It's crazy. It's like summer or spring feeling. Just remove vertex. And I'll say we'll also delete any faces connected to the vertex. Alright, so this is one where I need to find something. So let me find something. It's funny, my file explorer, like, remember that I had 2 tabs open, but I did not remember where they were. Almost useless. Alright. Editor. Icons. Can I show this? I'm like really skeptical about it because I think as long as I don't like click anything. Okay. I can look here. Alright, so an icon for remove vertex. Is this like hard to watch? Maybe. I kind of like that. Can I use page down? Okay, it still scrolls, so that's like still maybe a little bit annoying. Let me make this smaller so it's less of the screen. Because I feel like it is a bit annoying to watch me scroll this. Obnoxious, maybe. Maybe like Marker 3D. Marker 3D seems like a good icon. There might even be one that's like tool remove vertex, which I would have scrolled past just now. Edit pivot. Oh. Tool triangle. Oh yeah, it would be here. Nothing. Okay. I think the best one so far was Marker 3D. Looked the best. What would I have for deleting a face, though? Yeah, I think marker 3D is going to be it. But what about deleting a face? Maybe eraser. Maybe action cut. Alright, I'm gonna go with marker 3D for that. Init tool button. Oh, I guess this is unselected. Okay. Cool. Keeps the vertices. I think eraser was the best one that I could come up with. We'll look again. Or cut. Cut might be better than eraser. I feel like that kind of gets the idea better. You're keeping the vertices, but you're removing the face. Array mesh could be a good icon, actually. Maybe. There's literally a clear icon. And I'm using that one. I guess I should probably use the clear icon, shouldn't I? I'm gonna fix that right now. Okay. There's like a red hollow triangle. I feel like that'd be it. Oh, maybe like Geometry 3D. That's like exactly what I said. A red hollow triangle. Geometry 3D it is. Not the best button, but... Because I might want it to be more red and thinner lines, and with vertices around it. Or like an X over triangle. Mesh Instance 3D could probably work too. You know what, I actually think I like the Mesh Instance 3D better. Do I know my alphabet? I think so. Mesh Instance 3D. I also misspelled geometry. Move triangle, move vertex. Move triangles. I guess it should be the S then. Okay, now the node. The plugin. When I click, if tool is add triangle, otherwise do this, gizmo selection, allow gizmo selection. I guess if I do handles intersect array, if I have one, I check my tool mode. And if I've clicked... So here I need to know the plugin. I've got the plugin. So if I click a handle, or perhaps I could... I think I have to click the mesh. I have to click the collision mesh, otherwise it doesn't count. So if I intersect it, I'm going to do if plugin tool mode is equal to toolbar, which now I need to include toolbar here. Remove vertex. Then I am going to return -1. Actually, no. There's a weird thing going on here. I think what I do is I can just call this. Yeah. I can just call this. I know which region I'm editing. So that's the region. I can just call get gizmo and then pass this in here. And then I get the vertex ID that I want to delete. That's what I'm going to do. Let me check what this is doing. If I select add triangle, I clear the vertices. If I have an edited region and I had triangle selected, add triangle selected, I want to update gizmo, which is like the marker. Yeah, it's like that icon that floats around. Okay. I don't think I need to do anything there then. I'll fall through to selection if missing a vertex. So if I don't have an edited region, then I probably return input pass, I guess. Yeah. Okay. It would be gizmos, handles intersect array, edited region, get gizmos. I guess it should be 0. And then should just be The camera and the mouse position? What does this take? Camera in a screen position. Event. Put event mouse. Returns the mouse's position in the viewport this node is in. I guess just position then. Okay. Viewport mouse position. Oh. Maybe this is what I should be using? Let me do this. What? Wait, what? Oh, is that a mistake that I made a long time ago? I was thinking this didn't make any sense. This should be mouse position, shouldn't it? Am I missing something? Where's the plugin script? Edit a plugin. Wow. Mouse position is this if full resolution, otherwise it's this. Okay. And then this is what I pass. Alright. I'll call that mouse pause. Okay. Now I have that value. And that. What's wrong? Camera, not viewport camera. Permanent deselection if missing a vertex. Actually, maybe would it be more annoying that I can't click somewhere random to deselect the region? Actually, I think so. I think it would be annoying. Yeah, that would be more annoying. It's a very common thing to just be like, alright, I'm done. I click somewhere off screen. Or off terrain. Or whatever. Somewhere where there's definitely not a vertex for the region. And I guess in this case, I probably need to make it like a redo undo type thing. I think adding a triangle is no big deal. If I add a triangle, I can undo that. I don't know if I want it yet. Here's what I'll do. I will allow myself to make the mistake, and then wish I had the undo, and then go the undo in there. Because deleting one vertex could be annoying if I happen to delete a vertex that deletes, like, I guess a vertex could actually have a ton of faces attached to it. I guess there's no limit. A vertex could literally have all of them. Whatever. Allow deselection when not clicking a vertex. Okay. Hopefully there's not some like secret gizmo that's attached to this. And I mean, all I really do for that is just pass it in just so I can get the region. So I don't even use the gizmo anyway. It just needs to be a gizmo that's attached to this region. So the first one should be fine. All right. So now region basically needs a remove vertex thing. Yeah. It just needs to remove vertex. Okay. So, yeah, all I really have to do is go through. I know the index. I'll say this does not form a bounds check. So you get vertex by ID, yeah, index times 2. So we already vertices remove at index. And it would be your ginger, haha, got him. You have no soul. That's such an old joke. Now, typically, when you do this, you would think you'd want to write index +1. But that's wrong. Because after calling this remove, I'm just going to flip the order around. So it doesn't look like it's a mistake, but I will leave a note. Order matters. Okay. And then for the faces, I just go through. Anytime I find a face that contains this vertex index, I delete it. And anytime I find a face that references a vertex with an index higher than this one, I subtract 1 from the index. And then I think what I have to do is when I do add face, I'll have to make sure I do reload mesh is true if I change anything. Old but still has a soul, unlike someone. I think I need to do... Yeah, edited region. Remove vertex. Vertex ID. Update gizmos. Update gizmos. And does that... It will call update mesh. Okay. So do that. -1. Indexes is... Okay. We would increment 3 each time unless we are deleting the face. Admit and defeat and call it a day. Call it day 12. It's -1. I've gone over. Gone over the time. I'm keeping track of... Oh, that's what you mean minus... Yeah, you'd notice that. Only 5.5 hours into the stream. You just noticed the title. It's -1 because I'm over the time. And then I realized later it's kind of also a joke with underflow, although it's not actually correct, because you actually wrap around to... Actually, do you wrap around to -1? No, I think you wrap around to like then 1 greater than your value, but with a negative sign, I think is what it is. Because -1 is all ones. And the largest negative value is a 1 followed by only zeros. I think so, right? Yeah. Okay. I'll do this as a knot. Oh no, this should be ore for sure. Well, here's I'm a sore loser. I'll bend time and space to not miss my deadline instead. I've gone over my time. It's -1. I'm obviously over my deadline. That's the counter. How many days over am I at this point? Going to 12 and 13 would be the acting like I'm not at my deadline. So if either one of these becomes true, then the statement becomes false and we won't run. These all have to be false, which then will become true. So then we can continue. Otherwise, I'm definitely leaving this face, so I keep my current index. But then I guess I have to do another check. So if it's good in the index, then I have to subtract it. And I guess I can do 4. Oh yeah, you're right. Of course I am. Why would I not be? So if the index there is greater than the index, then I need to decrement 1 from it. And then I add 3 and I continue. Otherwise, I do the same thing here. I plus 2. And just I. And then if I ever do this, then I will say reload mesh true. Or this one. I mean, I guess I actually don't have to reload the mesh here. Not really. I'll do it anyway. I'll have it reload there anyway. Alright, and then I will say subtract 3 from the size. Okay. I shouldn't have given you that. Given me what? Alright, well, let's see if the remove tool works now. Remove vertex. So I do have to click these. So if I miss we just drop it. Oh, and it's still selected. Nice. The vertices should stay though. So that one stayed. And that one stayed. Did I not have one in the middle? I guess I didn't. What? I don't know, I'm a little confused. How did that many faces go away? There's another vertex here, right? I just don't see it. How many times am I going to make these larger? They can't be more than... Actually, the radius can go all the way up to 0.5. So... Could make it 3.5. This would be 7. I gotta make them larger, because I think there's one here and I just literally can't see it. Oh, here they are. What is this vertex doing up here? Also, we're missing a face. What happened? What happened? Weird. Weird. Did I mess up? I'm gonna reload the project. It's okay. They're okay. It's okay. Dog is grumbling. What did this shape used to look like? I'm so confused. There's definitely a problem. There's definitely a problem. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it print out when this loads. I'm going to have it print out the data. There's just someone walking by and he's grumbling at him. They're alright. Good boy. Where's the load? Load region data. Load data. Set data. I'm gonna have this print. Okay. Now I will reload scene. What's going on here? Set region data to resource. Oh. Can I implement a toString method? I think I can. I think resource comes with that. Maybe object, actually. toString. Override underscore toString. Awesome. Underscore toString. I'm doing it. Also, I didn't finish reading that. I will read it. Someone roast Google, bolting AI into existing products won't work. Total reinvention. Interesting. Do I have to reload the thing? What was that? Why did it not work? Why is it not working? How am I printing it? I am just literally calling print. Do I really have to call toString? Is that the only way? Why am I running the game? I don't know how this works. Reload scene. Alright, reload project. What the hell is going on? It's just totally not calling it at all. It's just completely not doing that. What if I call it directly? Error. Invalid access to this on nil. Are we serious right now? Nil. Does this have to be a tool? Well, ain't that funny. It has to be a tool. Right. Please work. Hey, there it is. So I have vertices. Yeah, so what happened to that face? Oh, there's supposed to be two faces. 5, 7, and 6. What? This isn't correct. This is just missing a point. Did I add? Maybe I added the wrong number. Index +1, 2, 1, 0. Vertices. Remove that. Okay, I'm just gonna print the data after this. Weird. It didn't delete any of the indices. And this is like already wrong. This is really weird. Alright, let's just delete that region. Add a region. Create a triangle. I'll go over here. This island. Just so I can have some low values to see. Okay. Delete one. Okay, so it looks like the one that I deleted, it would have been 130 and 50. Okay. Seems correct. Though I missed? Yeah. See about this. So I'm gonna delete this one. This one should cause one face to go away. And okay, it worked. How did I do the other one wrong then? That's weird. The other one got weird. Strange. Oh. So how does that work? I deleted zero, 1, 2, 3. I deleted 3. None of these faces got removed. So this face and this face should have been removed. And that 4 should have become a 1. So that just didn't happen. Why did that just not happen? So if this or that or that, if these are all false, which means not one of these became true, this all becomes true if this is all false. So then I check if any of these are greater than index, because I deleted 3, so 4 should have been run. Something really odd is happening. Something really odd is happening. Something really odd is happening. I don't get it. How does that happen? I deleted 3. The vertex got removed. Oh. Damn. I figured it out. I figured it out. That's why. That's what went wrong. Okay. Delete region. Reload the scene. I'll do this again. I think just like this was kind of the layout of it, right? Something like this, I guess. Not really, but close enough. I'm going to delete this vertex. Okay, so I deleted 2 faces. I'm looking at here, which is weird that those 2 got split. I'm not really sure how that happened, but they got split. So vertices, indexes. So I clicked 16946. So 16946. Okay, well, I moved them. Was it 4 I deleted? Okay, let me try this again. Clear. Why is it missing them? Oh, I guess because it didn't add a vertex? No, that I don't understand that at all. Why is it being weird? Whatever. Delete that guy. So deleted 163 and 45, which was the last one I placed, which is probably not very good. Let me try this again. I will delete a vertex that I have placed a while ago. This one. I just deleted all the faces, which is fine. So I clicked 15147, which would have been this index or vertex 1. So every face included 1, so I deleted them all. Okay. Can I set this up maybe a little bit better? Alright, let's do something a little bit hard, I guess. I will... Let's do this. I will delete this one. So what I deleted was 156 and 80. The first index, awesome. So every index would have to drop because of that. I didn't really think of that, but that's what happened. And the faces stayed the same, so it worked. So it would have been 024, that face would go away. Or wait, no, I'm looking here. 024 would go away, 032 would go away. The first face I should see would be, if we subtract 1 from all these, 0, 4, and 2. That's what I see, and then it should be 1, 2, and 4. Awesome. Okay. Alright. Well, delete vertexes. Looks like it's working. Cool. And just like drag vertexes around freely, right? Yeah. Okay. Now for the delete triangle, which is going to be pretty difficult. I don't really have a way to intersect that. So what I have to do is I have to do some special stuff on my own. I have to get the face. Then I'd have to match that face I'll figure it out. So I have the face. I think what I'll do is I might do something that's like pick face. So I give it array, and it will return to me to the ID of a face that hits that. So I'll do that. Okay. So given a begin and a direction, I will do hit test on the first of all, I do have to do update mesh. -1. Intersect ray, begin and direction. So returns empty dictionary. Those will return a face index of the intersected triangle. So I have to do was it face index? Faces is a packed vector 3 array. Let me check what this returns. Each 3 vertices of the array represent 1 face. So I would multiply this by 3, and then I have to get 3 vertices. Okay, so this is where stuff pays off. The build from faces, I'm assuming, can reorder the faces, which is why I have to hit this on the triangle mesh and then try to match it back to my own thing. So essentially what I have here is I can do sort indexes. So this is a bit of a problem. Let me make it static. Those lines go away. What's the problem with this? I don't know what the problem is with that. Yeah, that really doesn't make any sense. That's not a problem. Oh, these should be vector 2. Right. Okay. And I'll be right back. I'm gonna take the dog out. I'm back. I'll delete the comment, although I probably should just delete it actually. Just gonna delete these. No longer needed. Okay, and then add face needs to be updated, of course. So sorted, and then I have to pass in the vertexes that I've picked. So as we get vertex index array 0. Two and 1. I guess it's actually sorted. Alright, index. Is there a... Weird. I feel like one of my armrests was higher than the other for a second. Okay. And then I sort these. Invalid arguments, of course. Let's do that for now. Sure. And there was something about... It inverts it there. Okay. And then this isn't actually face. This would be sort indexes. I just make and essentially what I'm doing is I'm just scanning I'm scanning through the faces until I find a face that has them in this order, I guess. So then I'll do this. V0 should just be a vector 2i. Yeah. Sort indexes should be taking vector 2i's. Yeah, that's a big part of it. It should be taking vector 2i's. Yep, vector 2i's. So this will be the first index. I'll just do this. guess this can all be one line now. Okay. So V2 will be vertexes, index is 0, V2, and then I go through the faces and I try to find a face that matches this one. Go with this face. And that. Already use face. That. Okay. Then I do okay. I'm gonna do oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, really dark. Find face. Apply less in size. So I want to say if does adding a vertex stop me from adding a duplicate vertex? Oh, yeah, okay. It should stop me. Alright. It's getting really dark. Because it's time to turn my lamp on. So I can't create duplicate vertices, so I'm going to operate under that assumption. So I guess what I'm really doing is I'm trying to find the vertices so that I can get their IDs. So retrieve vertices, So my plan here is to find every vertice and match it. Yeah, because I need this for the sorting. Actually, wait, I just realized this kind of means I should undo this, actually. Undo that. Go back to how this was written. What the hell? What? There you go, close that. Close. Yeah, and I'll also change it back to ARR. Yeah, that's fine. Cool, and then, yeah, add face has nothing changed. Alright. Back to normal. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm just finding the indexes, and I'm going to sort them. Because I don't know what order they could possibly be in. Okay. I guess it's probably time for auto. A little bit better. Okay. Um, you know what? I'll do this. Right, so then I grab the vertex. And if vertex is equal to verts I 0, then I would say base 0 becomes I over 2. And then I guess I could do three. And break. Okay. And then I sort. Just sort indexes face. And then I have the face that I'm matching. Blind face. Equals 0, size is that. And then if index is I, let's go to face 0. I'll write this out. Two is equal to 2. Then I have my value. I'm returning I over 3. And this will actually be an error if this happens. Yeah, just run the face there. And then can I do fill? Yeah, cool. Resize to 3 and fill with -1. Then I guess that we found all indexes. So we failed to match vertex. Verts F? Which one would it be, actually? Shouldn't I be able to know? I should be able to know which one failed. Yeah, I would need an index here. If face I, verts I. Failed to match vertex with existing vertices. So yeah, face V matches to vertex V. So if this one is a negative value, which just means -1. So if it is -1, that means this vertex failed to match. Okay. And eventually this should happen. Okay, let's test the pick face function. So pick face, I mean, yeah, basically it'll be this, right? So if I click, I guess another thing that I can do is I'll just do this. I'll just do that. Well, I could use the mouse position and just do a recast down. No, I don't think that's right, because I could miss it. Because if I click, because this is going to hit the terrain, and that's going to be the terrain point, and that point's not guaranteed to be the same as the triangle. So I have to recompute this. This should be good. Okay. So I don't know if I don't think I have to actually reload this, but I'm gonna. Okay, delete triangle. Click. It froze. It froze. So I missed an increment. Hilarious. Classic riding a while loop and forgetting a +1. I often do that. At least it doesn't seem to burn CPU when I do that, so that's good. Alright, while loops. Yes. That would be a miss there. That's good. That's good. Okay. Yeah, I missed that one. Alright. What? Out of bounds get index 8? Selected face 0? What? How does that work? Oh, I'm supposed to be adding 2. Right. Right. Click again. Selected face 1. Selected face 0. Nice. I'll go ahead and draw another triangle. I'll draw one over here. Okay. So those are my indexes, those are my vertices. So this should be face 2. Face 2. Face 0 would be this one. I thought face 0 would be this one. 13779 is face 0. Yeah. There's 2. 2, 3, and 1. Well, it works. Cool. Cool. So now I need to write the method to delete that face. I've picked the face, now I want to remove the face. It does not delete any vertices. This does not perform a bounce check. Okay, so it's going to be really similar to this one. And in fact, that's all that's going to be, is just this. So it'll be +2, +1, and that index. And then I would just do reload mesh is true. All right. So now once we have this, I will just do if base index is -1, allow deselection while it's clicking a base. Root base. Base index. Update gizmo. Okay. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. Nice. Then I can carefully delete the vertices. Man. Cool. Okay. Oh, okay. I was like, how did that work? I can make that work, though. I can make that work. I can make that work. But I won't. I will leave it. Let's delete that region. Okay. I'm gonna go and clean this up. It says I already deleted that one, so I don't need to delete that one. Cool. Okay. So the hard part of the tool, the editing part of the tool is done. I can add triangles. I can delete triangles. Add vertexes, delete vertexes. Add new regions. We'll delete that. Any prints in here? Add vertex. No need for that. No need for that. No need for that. All the prints are gone. What do I hear? Apparently I have a print. No data. I will not be doing that. Plugin has some prints, but that's fine. That print can probably just go away. This can definitely go away. Go away. Awesome. Hey, Dylan. Down with the coffin of Andy and Lele? The Coffin. A very wholesome game. Is it? That doesn't sound wholesome to me. A little bit of incest too. It's a bit weird. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think it's about that at all. I think that's a weird game. Alright, face, vertex, it's all in there. I think I can send this. So let's do... Let's just look at this. Alright, let's have it. No, it's not okay. As long as the kit doesn't come out broken, they will. That's how it works. This dog, he just wants to bark. Alright, so pig face works. Was there printing here? There's errors, but I need the errors. The errors are necessary. Okay. And then mouse position. That track is a public thing. So I can get it for the remove and the remove tools. Those need to have some special handling. Okay. Alright, I'll be right back. Dog just won't stop barking. I'm back. Okay. Gizmos, toolbar. I don't think it's it. Well, I guess I should delete the regions probably, since I'm going to be deleting them from there now. So it said I deleted that one, which I believe it. Blur. And then, yeah, I'm gonna delete the regions that I have, because now I'm gonna start being serious with the regions. Okay. Okay. Right. Add vertex, triangle, delete tool. And now remove vertices and faces from regions. That's it. Okay. Right. Now I need to have settings. I need to have settings. So this will be a resource, and I need to be careful when I hover that because I can crash Godot. Adding a script can crash Godot. This will be terrain instance region settings. It's a really long name. I'll call it I don't have a very good name for this. All right. So essentially what I want is I'm going to have another class in here so I can have the editor look good. And I'll basically just create an array of these items. So All right, so essentially my idea here is, this is even a thought I just had. I could use the same asset for two different settings. I could have one that spawns a very large version of the asset and one that spawns a very small version of the asset. And I think that would be good to support. So I do that. Zero to literally whatever or greater. This would be more like instance settings. Instance settings. Starts at 0. I guess -1, which means it's kind of like functionally disabled. I'm gonna put a toggle in here so I can turn them off if I really want to. Individual ones, I can turn them off. And then I want a density, which would be a float. Yeah, it'll be a float. I think there's kind of a scale that I probably want. I don't want to go from 0 to 100. I want to do in like meters. So if I set a density of... Alright. First of all, here's what I really want. I want to do it... Sorry, flashbang. Let me fix... I want to do like normal distribution. Function. Okay, just give me the thing, whatever. No, don't do that. So there's a certain formulation of it where you give certain you give constants and it will produce a function for you. This is what I really want. I just don't remember like the formula for this. Actually, I think Godot might have this. I think it's one of the... It's not a random function. Mean and deviation. When we distribute a pseudo-random floating point value from specified mean and a standard deviation. A standard deviation. So density would be the standard deviation. So I think essentially I would do like one... Like the value that I put in over 100? Or no. No. I want the larger number to be more sparse. Essentially what I'm looking for is, as I run through the vertices, I get the closest vertices to it. Or I guess I just get the closest vertice. And if I'm far enough, if the closest vertice, as the closest vertice gets further and further away, I start increasing the chance of me placing an object there. And perhaps that means I should start like at a random vertex within my area, so that I don't have the case where like the top left is like, I mean, I guess that actually doesn't matter, right? It'd be like the same thing as just saying that the vertex is, if I say the first vertex has some distance from a vertex that's like half the distance away, then I guess there's a chance of placing on the first spot and not. I think it's probably fine. But I guess the issue with the closest vertex is that it's probably pretty hard to find that. It would have to be like not really a spiral outwards, but because if I'm doing it like in scan lines, which is how I would do it, I just have to check up behind me and then like around a little bit to get the closest one. If I had that dynamic plane, it might be easy. Because I'd be building up. No, I wouldn't be. Never mind. Never mind. Nope, never mind. Because this is what I'm looking for. The mean would be just 0, and the deviation I would just ABS that value. Actually, no. How would I do this? Because I don't want it to be like a linear noise. Right. If we imagine for a second that I'm placing dots, and every time I place a dot, I make that point, I make the area around that dot dark, and then it gets progressively brighter some distance away, until there's a distance where it's like guaranteed, or not quite guaranteed, but really, really close to 1. The minimum distance, I would have some like set density where I have to be, the trees have to be at least like some distance apart. And then I'd have some density value which controls how quickly that probability gets to 1 as once we are far enough away from another point. But I don't want that to be like a linear growth. I want it to be like a normal curve, essentially. Like half of a normal curve. So guess what I'm really looking for then is probably just a sine, because I don't really need a normal distribution curve like that. I could probably get away with sine. I could probably do this. This, where let me just do this. Cosine. Cosine will be easier to start. I can do I can just flip that, and I can add 1, and then add 1, and then I guess I would need to transform this by something like, is it pi? Yeah, okay. And then I can divide this by some value, right? So if I do, I'll just say d is equal to 1. I can go to anything. This value over d. So a smaller value makes it more dense. And then I will do where x less than or equal to d. Right? So graph will end at oh, I guess I do or 2. There. Right? So there's my slope. That's what I want. It will become 1 at some point, which I guess I don't really want to say 1 exactly. I think what I really want to do is say... Here's where I kind of want tan h, because this, like... Oh, I guess it's more like an input very near 1 becomes something like that. I could pass the whole result through this. I think that would work. Say f of x. I'm gonna do tan of that. So I don't quite reach 1. I reach this value of 1. So there's quite a good chance, really good chance, but it's never quite 1. Which I think is good, because this is a high chance. I think this is like nearly 80%. So it's not going to fail very often. But it will still allow I guess I could also multiply by 2. I guess I don't need to divide it by 2 there then, do I? Yeah. So now the shape looks more like that. Well... Add 1. I could do 1.5. Nah, this is probably correct. This is probably what it should be. That was 1.5. What about E? Becomes, it actually gets really close to 90%. It's like right on 90%. What's E again? 2.7. What's this? Okay, 1.36. Oh, this should be a smaller number. 5.9. What's pi? $1.35 seems right. So, and then there's a very high chance of it. It basically just hits 90 and it stays there, 90%, which I think seems right. Maybe... I wonder if there's a way I could extend that. Like if I double it. Or I guess just make it so this value can keep going up. You know, I think just divide by 2 is right. Maybe divide by E. Drops it even lower. Sounds just like a 60% chance. Every single time we're far enough away to spawn one. I'll do that. I like constants. I like constants. Although dividing by 2 is probably cheaper. Yeah. I don't know how division by 2 works in floats. Maybe it's not so easy. I'll try both. I'll try 2 and E. Maybe even pi. Pi might be even better. Because then we're just like at 50-50-50. A 50-50 around that point. So if I plug in 3, we reach a 50-50 at like 2 meters away. If I plug in 10 or 7. I mean, I feel like the probability might actually be way too high still. Because this is like every check. And it might like produce waves. So you probably want it to be a little more likely once we're very far away. Yeah, it's actually probably better to be a little bit more likely when you're really far away. But not 100%. Okay, I'll do that. Here's my formula. All I need is the distance. Well, I have D, which is density. I guess it's more like sparsity. If I were to do 1 over D, I compute a density, and then I compute a sparsity, which maybe would be like 1 over that value. Plug in S instead. So as increased density comes back further, and density below 1. shoots off. Should be like 10. I guess I'm thinking like how many, if I do 1, right? My thought is, how does this translate roughly? Like this might be like 1 per 10 square meters, roughly. 2 per 10 square meters. 3 per 10 square meters. Right? But does this really produce that? 1 per 5? But this means, or 5 to every 10 square meters? So this would mean roughly 2? I guess I can figure it out. There's probably some kind of math, perhaps, that can get this. And then a minimum distance. You know, I think the 50-50 is probably where it should be at. It should probably be really close to 50-50 when it's like at its peak, actually. Now that I reconsider it. So if I say 10 per square for whatever. And it's not really a density either. Because I think the other one, or how Terrain 3D handles it, is it takes the size of your brush and the density, and from that it computes how many instances it should be placing, and then tries to place those number of instances randomly. Here, it's doing scan lines, and how would I like compute this? I guess I could just like draw a square box with a known size, like 100 square meters, plug in 10, and see, sorry, just this, or I guess plug in a value of 1, and see what density I end up with. What average density I end up with after all this. There's probably some, like, definitely is some like determinate formula to figure this out, but I think probably just testing it, simulating and testing it's probably gonna be best. Okay. So the density function would just be 1. And this will be a range. Yeah, I think I don't want to allow myself to go much smaller than that. And I'll leave 10 as the max, or like a soft max. You can go higher than that. Definitely needs to be positive. And then I think I want to put, from a density function, guess it would be like, put this out here. Cool. I guess what I do is I get a probability. So I calculate a probability, and then I do a random number between 0 and 1. I guess I'll just do, yeah. Test probability. It will accept instance settings. I guess it accepts a density parameter, and then it accepts a nearest. Yeah. Probability test using a given density, the instance, and a distance to the nearest of the same kind. I guess this would be to the nearest interfering instance. Okay. So I guess I will do S. I'll just keep it simple. Because I'm probably going to do something with density where I manipulate it. Or no, I'm just going to leave it like that. Either multiply it. I guess, yeah, I would multiply D by some factor. Just do some transformation on D. Or I multiply it by a factor. That matches roughly. So whatever number I put in is roughly the number of instances that I get per 100. 100 square meters, yeah. Which would be a 10 by 10 area. So negative cosine of x distance times pi over s. X times pi over s add 1 and then divide the whole thing by pi. And then 10h that. And that's my probability. And I return rand float, which should be between 0 and 1. Where that value, so if I have 56%, is less or equal to P? Okay. I'll do that. Where x is that right, where x is greater than or equal to 0 and less than or equal to s? So clamp nearest to 0 and s. Okay. This is an ID, if it's enabled or not, and then density. And this then needs to have an export for I guess the settings itself is an array of this, isn't it? But I may want to share this, so yeah, I want to make the collection also shared. So export. I'm thinking. Yeah, I want the collection to be a thing as well. Yeah. I guess I just can't think of the name that I want to call this. Export type can only be built-in, a resource. Okay. All right. And then this will just have that as an option. Okay, instance node should probably just move all the way down here. And now populate. And clear too, I guess. So populate will get the area. We have transforms that we want to make. So I go through each point. I guess what I should do is go through each point, but for each mesh. And also, like I said, I need to know if I'm close, what my distance is to another point. But it becomes a problem if stuff gets too large. I guess that makes sense though, right? Like if you start making your region too large, it is gonna have issues. Okay. I will be right back. I am back. What was I thinking? I was thinking if I place these, I'd probably do it one instance at a time. But the challenge is keeping track of the closest one to any point. Right. So my thought was, the thing is, keeping track of the closest point gets harder the more sparse you make it. Because if I were to just keep a dictionary whose keys are instances that I've placed, essentially I would have to read essentially like a plant. Like I'm growing a square. I'm growing it away from it, but I'll have to check the ones above on my same row and behind me or above. But if there's very few points, I mean, I guess I could just keep track of all the nodes. Well, here's the thing, I guess. I guess I know that if I'm moving in this direction, when I move forward, the only nodes that could be, the only instance that could be closer to me now are the ones ahead of me that I just got closer to. So I guess really I can check like a wall in front of me. I can just check this edge that's like, you know, growing like that. So the one in front and above me at this point, and then these two, these three, these 4 points. I guess it's actually everything ahead of me, really. So this 1 point, or not even this point, but I guess maybe a diagram. see the grid. Should have like a pencil tool, I think. It's like a digital pen option or something. Okay. So, I think keeping a dictionary of points of instances can be fine. Because that can also be my set of, before I compute a transform, I just compute a dictionary of vertices that I want to place nodes at, right? And that dictionary helps me keep, should help me find nodes quickly, in instances quickly. So let me do a gray box here, just to mark out the area. This can go away. Just to mark out the area that I can place instances in. So should be able to see my marker pretty well. So I'll paint them blue as I place. So essentially, as I go, I'll be placing... Okay, let's just place the first one. You know, I'll place a couple here, and just to simplify this, okay? Alright. So I'm going to be looking at this square next, okay? So what I do, let's assume that I've been keeping track of the closest point to where I currently am, and I happen to know that when I place one, that's the new closest point. So, but I have moved forward one, so I guess I need to, I don't really have to check actually. I know that if I just placed one, that's guaranteed to be the closest one. So I don't need to check yet. Alright. So, make this black. Is there a way to like place the opposite one? I don't know. Alright, so I'm checking this square now. So I know that from where I am, I still have saved this was the closest point. However, I move forward. So just visually looking at this, the potential new closest points are this one and this one. Immediately I can just say those are definitely like new possible closest points. This one would be closer than this one because of the diagonal. It's actually a long distance. So what I can do is I can take my current index, subtract one above me, because I know I'm scanning left to right and going down, and I'm keeping track of the closest point. So I'll just say that this was my closest point that I have tracked. So I just check these two. Neither one of these two contain a point. And I know my distance from this one would be 1 and 2. So then I guess I can check. I should probably like figure out how to... That's not... What? Okay. The keys are weird. A little weird. E, okay. So then I know that I can still check up to 2 points away from me, so then I would check this one. This one would be further than 2, so I don't need to check that one. And this one would also be further than 2, so I don't have to check that one. It would only be this one. This would be the only possible location for the next closest point. So I've checked in total 3 positions. All right. So don't do that. Let's go to the next one. What's the button to swap? I don't know. This point. All right. So now my next closest point again could be this one. I guess I already know that it's not this one because I technically just checked that one. But I check it again anyway. I don't think it really matters. I mean, I guess actually, there's probably some math I could do to know that I don't need to check this point because I checked it previously and it was already empty. So I guess there's like a minimum distance, right? If it would have been part of the previous set, I don't need to check it. So I don't really know what that math is, but oh, I guess it would have to be everything that's at least 1 unit away from this point. This one, the previous point, everything has to be at least 1 away from this point. I guess at least 2 away, which would negate this one. So I already checked that one. So yeah, I can just really remember the last point that I checked. And it has to be at least 2 away from that. So it'd be this point. Now I'm checking up to 1, 2, 3 units away, I guess. So this one would be within 2. This would be within 2. So this one will actually become the new one. But I still have to check. I guess this is actually the only ones that I have to check here, right? And these would be outside my range. I would check this one, but I don't need to. It's out of my area. So it basically kind of becomes like a wave that propagates forward. So I'm just going to assume for a second this one does not exist. So I check this one. And there I don't find anything. Now, here's a question. Is it possible for one of the nodes back here to now become closer? I guess if... Could any point up here be closer than this one? I don't think so. Yeah, I guess if you think about this being like a circle, being centered on this point, this intersection, at the center of my cursor, no other, if you were to just draw a circle with here, and this would be the center, so this would be the radius, so the radius would be 3. All of these nodes should never be closer than this one. So when I'm here, this node can't be closer, so that will never be closer, actually, as I move in. This node I can definitely say will never be closer than this one. This one could have been closer here. It could have been closer here. Okay. So I guess it actually does kind of a little bit propagate backwards, but I think there's only a few points at a time that it could possibly be. But if this point was here, and I was here, I guess it would mean if there's a point here, this becomes a new closest point. But I would have checked it when I was underneath it. All right. Let me get rid of the boundary and just assume an infinite plane. Okay. So I'm just going to pretend and check points going out. And I'll mark, and I'll do this. I'll mark a closest point that I had previously. Okay. So I guess the question here is that when I move forward, nothing should be closer than this one. Maybe this is too much of a generic case, actually. I don't know. We start when I'm at least this far away. So now, which points will I be checking? I guess I would technically check this one, because this one would be closer now. I could check this one, and I could check this one. And I guess I can check this one too. So you know what, let's say this. I will favor points that are further left or further right. So in that case, that means if I was here, and there was a point above me, I would make that my closest point instead of this my closest point. So that would mean that when I get to this point, if I'm doing my exclusion where I exclude points that I would have checked on the previous location, that would not include this one. But it would include this one and this one and this one. I would check these points. This one can't be closer because that would sit outside of the circle that would be drawn. Okay. So now let's go one more. So now I would not check points. I would not check these points. I would not check that point. Now I say that it has to be at least, the position that I can check has to be at least the distance of the last point that I was at away from me for it to be a potential check. Or away from this point to be a potential check. And I don't go any further than 1, 2, 3 away from me. So I would check here, here, definitely checking there. And then above me, so at this point I would have checked 2 away. So this point would not be included. This point could be included. This point could be included. Would this point be enclosed in the circle? I guess this point would. It has to be at least 2 away from this point, which actually includes that point now. So that include this point? Maybe. I don't know about circles exactly, but that might include it. It probably doesn't include that point. I'm actually quite sure that it doesn't include that point. So we would include that as well. That's outside of our circle. So at this point, I would check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 possible locations for a closer point. I think this one just falls out of the range. Actually, I guess if I say that I'm centering it on this top left corner, this one probably doesn't include that one. Maybe it I think it barely does not. I think it's just too far away. Maybe it does. I guess I can probably pick the circle tool or something. Three pixels. Okay. Can I get maybe one that won't be a box. Is that a possibility? Okay, very low poly circle there. So it looks like it doesn't include that point. In fact, size 3, I'm a bit confused why size 3 looks like this, because this is 5 pixels. I need to set this to like 6. Or 5.5. This is strange. 3.5. I can't get it to like reach. Apparently 4. So would that include that top corner? I guess it actually would. So we would check it. What? What was that? Wait, what? It just like reset this. Oh, that's really weird. Why did that happen? Maybe it didn't? I don't know, that was strange. I'm trying to figure out if there's like a proper way to really minimize the number of checks. So the points now have to be at least 3 away from this point for me to check. So that would include, definitely includes that one, of course. This one's also included. That one's also included. I guess these have to be included too. That one probably gets included. Yeah, that one definitely gets included. And they can't be more than 4 away from me, so that might include those. Now at this point, it looks like I may start to be checking these eventually. I'm getting really close. I don't think I'm there yet. Because this point would be, if there was one here, it would be closer, but have I checked it yet? Is the question. I think I actually haven't checked it yet. So that one would be included. It's at least 3 away from this one. And less than 4 away from me. Right? So it would be checked. Now this one, I haven't checked it, but I think this one also does get included. Is that at least 3? It may be at least 3 away from that one. I guess the real question is, would this point actually be closer? 1, 1, 2, 3. Or actually this would be 1, 2, 1, 2. So are they closer than 4? Maybe not. But this seems right, I think. This seems right. And as I said, I would, if I find one here, I would favor this one over that one, right? I favor one with a greater index in this direction, even if it has the same distance. The reason I do that is because I can basically guarantee that I don't need to check this one. Because this one is not at least 3 away from this guy. So it would be excluded from my test. I think this works. I can build a list of points that I check. Essentially, I have a counter from 1 to 4, I guess. Or 3 to 4. So I say anything at least 3 from this guy. From the last point I was reading. And in less than 4 points away from me, which is the closest one, I check. Now this works if the point is here. But I wonder if the point is like up here, above me. What happens then? I guess I would still be checking. Essentially what I'm doing is I'm computing. Because that would lead backwards quite a lot, wouldn't it? So there's points up here that I've checked. Is it possible for a point down here with a greater index to suddenly enter? Maybe it does. Alright, let me try that, I guess. I'm gonna just place a point there. And I am at this location. So where would I check? This is like my closest point. I guess what this means is I have to check something that's at least... let me make it a little bit simpler for myself. I will start with this case, where I'm here. So know that my previous point that I was looking at would be this location. So this would be 1, 2, 3 away from this guy. So in order to pick something that's closer than this point, the last closest point I've set, it has to be at least 3 away from this cell and no more than my distance away from that point. So is this one at least 3 away? 1, 1, 2. This one might be closer. This one might have been checked by this. But I'll just throw it in. This one would definitely be closer than this one, so we would check it. But is it further than 3 away from this one? 1, 2, 1, 2. Definitely, I think. Yeah, definitely. Should be. So check that one. I guess I would also be forced to check that one. This one's definitely more than 3 away from this point. And it is within my distance to that one. So I check that one too. And logic would tell me this one should also be checked. This one is definitely closer than this. And I guess geometrically, this one also would have to be checked because this would be the same distance away as well. I guess maybe this one would also be checked. If I think of this intersection being the center of a circle and this being the radius, then I would check that entire circle, excluding, I guess, this circle, the previous point to that one. And that growth rate seems pretty small, actually. It might even like have a max. Like that sliver, that potential zone. Actually, maybe this is a really good example of it. Let me zoom all the way out and draw this. This might be a very good example. Okay, so the theory is I have this zone that is growing, but I'm comparing essentially a circle between myself and the closest point, and excluding the circle of the last point I was at to the closest point. So if you think about what that would really look like, let me just say that this point is all the way up here. This would be my closest point that I tested, right there, if I could draw it. Right there. Maybe that's a little too small. Oh yeah, I made it 4 instead of 10. There. And I would be checking I'll just do an extreme case. This point. And then the previous closest point would be right there. Right behind me. I'll do a new layer. So then, if I were to draw this as a circle, I would have a orange circle that is not correct. I want to construct a circle. Is there a way I can make this construct differently? This is weird. I'll make it draw. Like from a center point? This is a really weird way to draw a circle. This is a really weird way to draw a circle, but I guess this is kind of working. Eventually I'll get there. Okay. So this is the area. This is my possible area. I immediately can cut it in half because I can't check below me. So I will draw, I guess, a black box. From there to there. But then I have this other circle that definitely cannot be a possibility, which is going to be the circle that extends from here. And here's my thought with this, is that because of how it's geometrically set up, you can just kind of see what's happening at the extremes. So this is the area of exclusion now. And I'll go back to the black box to get rid of the stuff at the bottom. So the area that I can possibly check is like these few points up at the front, right? Like this is a very thin region. It's at least 1 unit thick at the front, but then you can even see at the back here. The regions, yeah, actually look at this. So the region that I can't use is actually growing backwards. Or I guess it's more like shifted backwards, but it's a slice small circle. Because of how it's growing at this extreme scale, this point effectively slides further and further down. It becomes a shallower and shallower angle. So eventually I would just be left with this area, this very thin area at the front that I can possibly check. And it's always going to be really thin. That's the big thing. This area is always going to be really thin. And I think even like towards a very large number, this is probably, I don't think it's growing exponentially. I think the growth rate of this is probably, it could probably be like a logarithmic, so it grows, this region grows slower and slower as you get further away, but it never stops growing. But it's just slower and slower. So essentially what I have is this very thin possibility region that I'm checking all the time for a new closest point. And the idea is that if there was a point within this circle, I would have picked it previously. So that's why I can exclude this massive region. Because if there was one closer, I would have picked it. I would have already picked it. So now the question is, what happens when I reset? When I hit the end and I drop down and I come back to 0? I guess I kind of have to treat it as if I started over, perhaps. Perhaps what I could do is I could remember the closest point at the start. So when I do reset, I'll just zoom back in. When I do reset, I would have this memory. So this is where I was. This is where I'm at now. I would remember the point that was closest to this location and use that as my reference point. Possibly, maybe. So whatever node was closest to this one, so I guess let me just pick one. I'll try to pick like, would be like an adversarial one. If I think about this the same way where these are two spheres growing, I guess it's the same exact concept, right? Because then I pick the closest point to the, I use my reference point as this one. So I have to be, let's say this was the closest point to that. So whenever I start over, I have to save that closest location. So I'd have to track 2. The closest one that I currently have and the closest one to the front, the first index, as I drop down. So essentially the idea would be about the same, right? You have this there's not really like a way to actually construct this, I think. But same idea. This just becomes my reference point. So then I say, okay, let me pick one that's not so weird, actually. Let's say this one. This was the closest node to this location. And I guess I can even say if I place one there, that is the closest node too, as well. That would also work. If this was a point, that would be the closest point. Okay. So then I say, all right, for me to check anything, it has to be at least one, it has to be less than 2 units away from me and more than 1 unit away from this guy. So that would actually include this one. That would also include this one, but I actually don't need to check those because those can't have possibly been placed yet. So I would check, it has to be at least 1 unit away from this one. So if when I was here, here's what I said. When I was here, I would favor Um. Oh, this is an interesting thing. Is it possible that the closest point to this one, because it gets closer? Like, what if I was going through this row and I placed one there? This should now be the new closer point to this one. I guess I only have to do that when I place a point. If it is as close or closer than the point that I was tracking here, then I make it the new closer point. But if I'm out here, then I already know that it's too far away. It can't be close on that one. So I guess I can just be lazy and just check it every time. I guess I would also know that as I'm going in a straight line. So I just keep a counter. I'm 1 unit away. If that unit distance is equal or less than the closest distance here, then I check if I'm closer. Well, I mean, I would just know. It'd be an integer comparison. No distance calculated, no square roots, things like that. Which I even have to compute square roots. Square distance works just as well. Okay. And then at this point, I would say, all right, now the closest point is this one. Because I wouldn't find anything else, I guess. Then I go forward, and now the gray, the gray box moves down here. So then we're just back to normal. And I would do the normal check in front of me and things like that. Alright. I think that idea works pretty well. So let me make that happen. Instance data. What is data? Oh, getter adds 0. Okay. So this would be data. And in theory, I should be able to bundle these together. So what I mean by bundle them together is maybe not. I can't place them on top of other ones. That's for sure. I can't do that. So if I place a tree here, I can't place a bush at the same spot. But I could place one very near it. That's fine. I'm thinking about what happens if I'm placing 2 trees. Here's a good question. I was just going to say, how does Minecraft avoid this? I think Minecraft is pretty simple because it just picks a spot to place a tree, and then it looks in like a small volume to see if there's leaves or trunk nearby. I guess I should check for trunk. And if there is trunk nearby, then it skips it. In fact, I think actually what it really does is it checks the points that it would have, that it could have possibly placed another tree around it. So it's a really small area, it's always really small. And then it runs its seed test to see if it did end up placing a tree there, instead of checking to see if there's like leaves or wood. Maybe that's how it. No, I don't think that is how it works, because I think there's how does decoration work? I think decoration starts with structures, because I feel like I've seen trees spawn like literally next to houses. Maybe not. I think definitely close enough that I've seen leaves inside of houses, like a village. But they have a very rudimentary thing. They just check in like a small box around them. I have a need for like a density function where I want to increase my odds of placing a tree as I'm further from the closest tree, which I have to continuously update that. I just had an idea. So even though I went through this whole thing and I thought this was pretty clever and this would work really well, it definitely would work. I think I stepped through it, and the logic is sound. I could use some kind of graph thing where I pick a seed location, which is anywhere in the bound box of just anywhere in here. Also checking that it actually has to be in the triangle. So I'd have to keep picking if I fail. I could also just pick a random vertex on the triangle mesh. That'd probably be better, because I know that vertex is definitely a valid location. So yeah, it's probably... Here's another idea. Okay. I start with a random vertex as my seed point. I pick one randomly. Just pick one. It could be anyone. It could literally be the first vertex. It really doesn't matter. Pick one, anyone. And from there, I start doing tile map, I guess. So what I do is I say, this is like a maze finding type thing. All right. Let me demonstrate. So, hey dog. So here's the idea. I pick any point and I start here. Now that I've started here, I'm basically gonna like slowly increase a radius from here. Okay. My theory is kind of how ice forms. So you have this boundary region that kind of just grows. And I guess from the seed point... Dog. I guess from the seed point, I just add 1 to each index. So if my seed point was in a corner, I would grow like this. Right? And I check every box. And what I do is essentially... I guess I would track 2 things. It would be very memory intensive though. I'd have to store everything for about every number. Or I guess not really. I'd only have to store the boundary behind me. I don't have to keep track of this edge. Alright. Let's draw a box. Let's draw... Let me draw vertices actually. I'll start with... I'll use red for the vertices. Sure. And then I'm just going to draw a really lame boundary. I probably should have drawn a little bit better. Like that, I guess. Maybe something like that. Sure. Actually, that one does kind of bother me. Well, it's fine. Whatever. So I pick any vertex as my seed point, and I start there. So I assign a value. My value is the probability that I will place one here. Or I guess I start with my value as being, 1. So from my formula here, X would be maxed out, so I'd have like a 50% chance of spawning one here. So let's just say that I do, to make it simple. Let's just say that I will spawn one here. Then what I do is I move to I have an edge that I grow, a boundary. And at each one of these points, I say my distance to this point. Or I guess how far I've traveled. I guess I could call it 1. This might make it look weird though, because I'm not growing these correctly. And as I get further, I guess I would just compute a square root distance, right? Or not a square root distance, a square distance. 2 multiplications and 1 addition. I think dog needs to go out. I'm going to take him out. I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay. Continuing with the idea. I guess here's the idea, right? I check these points and I test them all to see if I want to place something here. I'm going to say initially, nothing gets placed. So I'll do this. I'll do a shape here. I'll do a special color. This is, if I keep the ice metaphor, these are sealed in. These can't be modified. Okay. So I go from each one of these and I check one block away from them. I test all of these against this point. My seed point still. And now here's where something special happens. I'm going to say that I end up placing one here. So how I can do this is I guess I can pick this in any order. I'll have to freeze these, but as I check them, I do have to freeze them. So I'd freeze this one, place one here, and now I think here's what happens. When I place one, this becomes my new seed point, I guess. So I stop checking. These will stay over here, but I stop checking. So I can't really use a different color. I guess I can probably use this one. Is this different enough from white? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe this color. So these are going to get put on the back burner. And I start checking. These all get put on the back burner, I guess. So I kind of leave these as like in a queue. If I were to keep a queue, I'd be adding to the front of it every time and then taking off the front. So as soon as I place one, I start over as if this was my initial point. And I go, all right, I want to check these, this one, and this one actually. So I test all these if I want to place one, considering this as my closest point. And then I say, all right, you know what? I don't want to place it on any of those. So I'm going to say these all get frozen. So here's my still new point. And then I guess you can see where this is going. Then I check all these. And I guess my idea here is that whenever I place one, I start with that as my closer point. And I just don't check any of the ones that I've already frozen. So this means whenever I'm testing, I'm always comparing the cell I'm checking right now to this one I last placed, essentially. But here, I'm going to say something happens around this point. Okay, let me just give an example of what's going to happen, okay? So let's say I've gone through and I've frozen everything but like these points. And I guess it wouldn't really make sense, but let's just say this has happened. And it just so happens that the last point I placed was actually over here. And I'm just going to say I froze all these. So suddenly my queue is still not empty, and I come back here to check these. No, I guess this is where the trick comes in. The trick is these remember who their closest point was when they were put in the queue. I guess here's actually probably another problem. Well, okay, here's not a problem. This is why it wouldn't make sense. If one was placed here, it would have frozen these already, because it would have already checked them. It would have already frozen these. So it's not possible for these to be here. I guess in fact, let me model this in a way that actually makes sense. Let's say I've placed one here and one here. It doesn't. I think it's hard to describe visually because I'd have to really step through it to show what would happen. But possibly, essentially, whenever I check it, I'm guaranteed that I'm checking it from a node that is not, that is either the same distance or closer than that one. So but there is the case where I could fully freeze, or I guess I run out of things to check for, and I am left with some untested ones at the back or something. Let's say I've wandered like this. Actually, I guess it would make more sense if this was how I wandered. So you can see the pattern I'm kind of making. As you can see, the new closer point is this one. There's like no way to, there shouldn't be a way to check these from a point that is further than when they were put in the queue. Further away from them than when they were first, than the one who put them into the queue. Because eventually I would get down here and I would say, all right, well, now we're going to check these because these haven't been frozen yet, right? So I guess the real question is, how do I mark a node frozen? How do I guess I can't even say it's in the queue either. Because eventually you have to wander back to it. I guess here's a possibility. If I do this, I fill these in, and let's assume for a second that this has exhausted the queue, and I'd be checking here. Maybe it's fine too. Like maybe it's fine. Let me try to model it pretty adversarial, I think. So these have not been checked yet. But I'll say the route that I've taken was a very strange route. I literally went along the entire edge of this, placing one at a time. And then I start freezing from this point. Let's say from this point. I start freezing from here. So who's the closest point to, I mean, I guess like I said, if I'm freezing one unit at a time, and I stop as soon as I add one. Let me fill this in. Okay, I deleted a few more than I should have. Maybe this is a problem I need to figure out. Maybe this is not quite as concrete as I thought. So this would have been the first one it would check. It would check. And these would be added to a queue. So those get added. This is the first one it checks, but these would be added to a queue. First one of these would be added to the queue. First one of these would get added to the queue. And then I place here. I would check this area. So I'd say this one, yeah, this one would be the first to be added. So it gets, we start here. This is the first one we add, so we go here. This is the first one we add. So we just go straight across. And I guess the question is now what happens? I would start filling it in. I start freezing from over here. That's not what I think I clicked. So I start checking these, and I guess I can immediately see a problem. This is the last one I placed, and I'm freezing them in a bit of a weird way, right? So I guess this is the case. When I add a point, I put all of the nodes around it as having a certain distance to that point. So this way I could check, you know, a proper sphere. So what if it happens if I come back here and I were to place a point? If we're going by diagonals, so the intersection is where it's at. And I place here. This node would be closer to this one than this one is. So I guess I would just check its neighbors. And see if any of their distances are higher than the distance to itself. Yeah, this is okay. So maybe the ice one doesn't quite work like I thought it was. Like I thought it would. Okay, here's a question. If I can prove that this works for just one triangle, just 3 nodes, and I freeze from all 3 nodes, all 3 vertices at the same time, can I do this wandering thing? Maybe not. Alright, scrap it. I can't quite solve that one. It looks like I've found a problem, and I'm sure, I feel pretty good that it's a problem, and I don't know how to fix that one. I think I'm probably going to delete these layers so I can just start. Okay. Interesting, weird. I still know for a fact that the one I just came up with would definitely work. But I guess my concern is maybe it would look too regular. It's a possibility that it could look really regular. And it wouldn't look natural. I guess I could follow the exact principles of how trees would grow in reality. So if I start with 3 points on a triangle, I'll make it a right triangle so it's simple. Like so. And I guess I'll just paint white as my field that I can possibly place in. Maybe I'll use blue. Maybe I should use blue. Or a dark blue. Okay. Maybe this is kind of like hurts the eyes to look at, but... So if I start at each vertex, I say, alright, 50-50, placing a tree. And I will use green for the trees. Even though red and green is probably not a good idea for visuals. This color might look different. Maybe. It's hard for me to tell them apart, honestly. I'll use gray for a tree. So I start at each one of the vertexes, 50-50 shot of placing a tree. Let's just say for sake of it, I happen to place one on every point. So then I start from here and I go out to these points. I first check if there's actually, I guess I build the list of points that I'm going to check. I check if I found any nodes. That's probably a big point. I need to check if I found any trees in that area and update accordingly. But generally these would be computed as a distance to this point. So then I use that as my distance, and then I do that freezing thing. So if I decide not to place anything there, I'll actually use green. If I decide not to place anything there, then I freeze it. So let's just say the first step I freeze everything. So now I check these get added to the queue, although the distances. Or I guess what I should do is probably increase the distance by 1 each time. So I'm really trying to like draw a sphere. So I'd actually probably check like these points. Okay. Yeah, I guess the sphere would actually be correct. That's probably what I should do. I add vertices based on a sphere around this point. See, the challenge comes when I decide to add another point. So let's just say I freeze everything again. So everything freezes again. And now, keeping with the sphere idea, I probably would be checking these next. I mean, roughly, probably a sphere. Maybe I'll include this one. And I guess I would include this one and this one. So, what happens when I decide, okay, let's place another tree? I decide to place one here. And let's say I decide to place one here and here. How would I scan these? The order doesn't really matter. As long as when I place one, I update the distances in these. So now... See, I'm trying to go back to that, like, other thing. But I guess if I make it work for a triangle... No, because it can't work for a triangle, because the triangle can share an edge, so I need to make sure that two triangles... Ah, man. Just forget that. Just forget that. I have a collection of possible points. I grow it linearly. So I'll check every vertex eventually. But the growth should be linear. I shouldn't be, you know... I shouldn't have too many vertices in queue at a time. You know, surface area versus volume type growth, right? Even on a flat plane. So I think it's like linear. Maybe. Actually, the radius, the circumference is 2 pi r. So that's actually linear. That is linear growth. Okay. Anyway, I place trees, now what do I do? I guess what I say is I have a queue of points. So I guess what I can do is I can say, all right, every tree that I just placed, let me update these white values, these unplaced ones, update their distances based on the ones that I just placed. Which could get pretty busy. If I'm just doing square distances, which is square distances, so I'm not using a square root, it should be mathematically simple. And then I guess what I do from this point is I say... I guess I would just remember the trees that I placed. Right? So I grow... Yeah, okay. So here's the idea. So I obviously have like a front, right? Waves that are propagating out. And you can think of these as being ripples. So I want to update the ones that I have most recently rippled, and I want to add those to the queue. So I'm going to check these, and these points are relative to these points, right? Of course, I always check if I have touched one, so if the node is actually another tree, then I guess, yeah, what happens if I reach another tree? Perhaps the ripple could actually stop growing if I reach another tree. Because if I'm growing in open space and there's a tree near me, I can stop growing, because I shouldn't be able to place any more around me, I guess. So that area that I've already filled in, that's already been frozen, is set. I was the closest tree to all of those points, essentially is what I'm saying. So those get frozen, and I check the distances from further trees, which maybe is a bit weird. But if I think of it as ripples, and dropping a new tree starts a new ripple, and I propagate the most recently placed ones first, and then I essentially go start at the front of the list and go back and check if does that work? Because essentially, okay, well, what if I place a tree? Then I guess the tree that placed the tree stops checking. It defers to that new tree and says, all right, you can start growing trees. It could place multiple trees in one step, but it would stop at that point. As soon as it decides to place a tree, it stops. And that could be a problem. Because then what happens if the last tree to place starts growing out? Well, there's always a last tree that gets placed, right? I guess there's not really a last tree that gets placed, but there's a last point that a ripple is coming from. So every point should get checked eventually. But is this slower than doing the scan line? It might be, because if I'm growing from ripples, I have to check that front for a tree, which means I could check a tree, I could check every... I guess the number of ripples matters, right? The number of ripples affects how fast it really runs. And if I'm keeping a map, if I'm keeping like a dictionary of points on the tree, let me say the rocks. Maybe the rocks and ripples in water is a better example. I have to keep a dictionary recording every place that a ripple has started. So if I reach one of those points, I know that that ripple stops when it reaches a source of another ripple. Why does it stop? I don't know why it stops, but I just feel like that is logically like what makes sense. It should stop when that happens. But I guess if it's the last one, then it doesn't stop. It keeps going. It just has to keep checking points that have not been frozen yet. Which again, yeah, so again with the freezing thing, how do I know which cell is frozen? I don't. 10 years since the last time Rose played Overwatch with me. It's probably been less than a week. This is a good idea. I don't think it works. I don't think it works because the number of vertices that I have is very, very high. And then it definitely falls apart when I say the last ripple keeps growing, because it has to keep checking like a huge area around it all the time until it finally places a new one. And what happens if there's an area somewhere out here? Let's say, yeah, it doesn't work. The scan line's definitely the best idea I've got. I know which ones are frozen. I have a pretty good geometric proof that the amount of stuff I need to check is really small. I'm also operating this under the assumption that I can pretty much save the location of every tree that I've placed as I go, which maybe is not a great idea. Maybe I need to find a way to reduce that. Like somehow I should be able to trim off huge sections of that as I go. There's probably some geometric way to prove that too. Like a visual proof to show that. I could trim off some area of that dictionary of nodes that I'm keeping track of from my current position. I can say, guarantee you I'm never going to need anything further than this one away. Alright, well, I've actually got food, and now it's late. I think this idea would work. I mean, this is really similar to how Minecraft does it, except the ripples are more like players, and we generate terrain from there. But you always know, and it does store every chunk that's been generated. It doesn't store generated chunks. It stores chunks that have been saved, that have been modified. But as you're generating, it does have to know if that chunk already exists in memory. And I guess when you're far enough away, it drops it. But then when you go back, it has to regenerate it again, because it never saved. But my thought I don't think it works. There's too many vertices. I would have to keep track of every node I place. I can't clear any, I don't think. I would have to also keep track of a frozen thing, so I know for a fact that I can't check these anymore. Either be setting a bit, or I guess if I'm already keeping track of every tree that I've placed, I can just, that's also what sucks. I'd have to check every tree I've placed previously, and yeah, that too much data to keep track of. It's too complicated. Alright, let's continue the stream today. I'm going to keep working on this tonight. I'm going to go with that idea, the first idea where I'm just essentially keeping track of 2 circles, so I have a very thin region of points that I can check. And I'm going to see if I can't figure out a way to trim that, because that also requires me to keep track of every instance that I place as I go. But that memory overhead wouldn't be very high. And if I can find some way to prove that there's a section given my current position and the current closest point, can I prove for a fact that I'm never going to need something? Can I prove there's a region? Can I construct a region from that I will never check again? I simply won't have to check it again. Maybe. I feel like that would take a long time to reach before I get far enough down that I can prove that I don't need to check any further back than some number. And even then, if it's really sparse, if there's very few trees, which I think is the reason why I would want to check backwards, that region grows very slowly, but if it's really dense, that region probably grows pretty fast. I think I have an idea for it. Anyway, that's it for tonight. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.